All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is SPE-GCS, and I'm going to do a brief safety moment, and then we'll go into our elevator speeches, our 30-second introductions. So my safety moment is pretty much around the fact of journey management. How many people have completed a journey management plan before? If you know what one is. So for those that you don't know, like if you're going to take a trip from Houston to New Orleans, you kind of plan out, you know, either your flight, your car drives, where you plan to stop, and then who you're going to let, you know, once you get there, right? But thinking about a journey management plan, how many of you feel like you're on a journey right now in your job search? So I know I am, but I know most of us don't think about creating a journey management plan for managing your job search, but there are a lot of things that can go into finding a job. Besides learning how to do LinkedIn, getting business cards, there are support systems. So do you have a, what do they call this, a job board, a group of people who are your support system, if it's your family members, friends, spiritual advisor, because we're all going to go through ups and downs during our job search, and there may be times where you feel like you're not on the right path. So it could be someone who you've looked up to before, or you want to be where they are, and you can reach out to them at a certain point in your job search. So we're just encouraging you to think about managing your job search, because it is going to be a journey. It may take a short time, it may take a long time. I was talking to a friend yesterday who's been out of work now, I think, for 16 months. So it's way longer than he ever thought it would be. And for me, it's been technically 11 months since I stepped into the office, you know, and I never thought it would be a year, almost a year before I went back to work. So, and I know that I have 2 girlfriends I can call just to talk about, complain about stuff, you know, the fact that I feel like everything's falling apart and it flowed better when I was working, stuff like that. And those are minor things, but they do help you get through the low points in your job search. But then I also have people who are working that I talk to, and friends who are in other industries that, you know, are giving me insights into possible opportunities to use my transferable skills, or things like that. So just encourage you to create a plan for your job search around a support system, learning the tools, the best tools for your job search. Like we'll have a presentation today about LinkedIn, and just make sure that you're managing it the best that you can, because it's in your control. So with that, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is SPE-GCS, AG, and I'm a petroleum engineer. My specialty is production engineering, and I have about 10 years in industry. My last role was with Chevron, and prior to that, I worked for ConocoPhillips. Most of my expertise is in onshore gas fields. I work in South Texas, conventional South Texas, and I guess is what you'll call it, is tight gas. For South Texas, for ConocoPhillips and Chevron, and then eventually moved into oil, refining in East Texas. So I have experience supporting mature assets and squeezing that last bit of oil out of them and keeping the production. So with that, I will start on this side of the room, and we'll just go down. Yeah. So you can just stand up and introduce yourself to just your name, your experience, what you're looking for.
Okay, my name is Cheryl Morrison, petroleum engineer, seeking petroleum engineering opportunities.
Morning, my name is Alex Fisher, completions engineer. Worked the last 4 years in the Eagle Ford Shale Phillips. I have 13 years experience in the industry. I've done various roles in the production engineering, abandonments, completions, and some reservoir management. I'm seeking another completions engineering role in the conventional space.
Hi, I'm Scott Doyle. I guess you can call me a journeyman petroleum engineer, because most of my career I worked everything with drilling, a bit of drilling, well, and mostly everything else. Most recently, completions engineering in the Eagle Ford in Anadarko, and looking to get back into something very active, wherever that may be.
Hi, my name is Isolda Griffith. I have been doing economics and risk management. I'm a drilling engineer and also an drilling economist. And I have been working also on processes and optimization and capital optimization. I'm looking for something like that. So I have worked on large projects, offshore reports, and onshore. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gerald Howard. I have 2 years of mission, but I've got lead operator, small operator, large operator, and service sector experience, as well as executive service sector. For a role probably back in EP, trying to build big projects, keep the teams. Good morning, my name is Steve Karen. I come from Schlumberger, 26 years with that company, currently a member in transition. I specialize both in sales and commercial work and in operations management. And I'm taking a pause right now. I'm beginning a job search again, but I've opened up my opportunities wide open to what is going to be the next growth in the industry.
Hello, Nick Bekovich, reservoir engineer, 30 years with ConocoPhillips, onshore, offshore, international, domestic, dry gas, heavy oil, and basically, I just want to go back to the industry, forecasting oil and gas, mainly looking at unconventional with water.
My name is Michelle Melling. I have a lot of experience with a major service provider, Schlumberger. My background is in oil, and I have experience in management, operations management, sales, marketing, strategic marketing, and data analytics.
Good morning, my name is Lisa Wrestling. I come from the oil and gas industry. Most recently, I also role as a learning and development management specialist, designing and implementing learning management systems. I feel like that skill is transferable. My passion is oil and gas industry, so that's where this is. But I'm open to other opportunities. Again, Lisa Wrestling and
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Bonnie Bonita. I'm actually a first speaker, so I'll give you a little background. So I have a master's in business math and a PhD in energy economics. And for the last 7 years, I've been leading a study on the latest shale gas and shale oil science, looking at from geology study on and production optimization economics. Thank you, Richard.
My name is Julie Bonner, and I'm going to be on this second lot of years of experience. I have a geology degrees on production operations and other drilling engineer. I was recently at Chevron. I didn't know that for Chevron, but I actually had my permits to go to requirement. And I'm a multilateral expert as well. It's, trying to see if maybe I can figure out a way to apply that to your questions. So I'll see if you're going to help me.
Hi, good morning. My name is Francisco Marcano. I'm I'm a mechanical engineer with a global executive MBA. Spent about 10 years with Schlumberger, 10 years with Weatherford, and almost 3 years with a company called EMC Global, a small public company that trades in NASDAQ. I was the executive vice president there. We left at the end of last year for strategic business, and I'm currently starting up my own business and doing independent consulting, and obviously transition as need to complement the income, as we all know very well. So looking forward to talking to all of you and seeing the percentage. Thank you.
I'm Cameron Gordon, doctoral student in social science at the University of Chicago. I study unconventional broadcasting.
Good morning, everyone. Michael Carney, I retired from Schlumberger last year. 25 years with Schlumberger, 15 years with Gulf Shell prior to that. I worked in all aspects of it. My last job was Schlumberger in a small group called Carbon Services. So, carbon storage solutions. Most of my experience in Schlumberger was research and innovation. And started my own consulting firm, field development planning, creation.
Good morning, I'm Bill Brown. I went from Chevron, and there I worked for 35 years, mostly focused on reservoir management, reserves. Currently working as a consultant, as well as helping start looking at opportunities, outlining there's some opportunities to join a smaller company or a startup in a senior role for a company that's looking to do resource production.
Hi, I'm Kamal Chowdhury. I worked in Baker Hughes for about 8 years. Prior to that, I worked outside oil industry for 15 years. I worked in food development, both wireline, metering, system tools, nuclear and physics. I am very recently on the market. I have not started anything yet. I'm just thinking about and exploring and talking to people.
I think we need to people walk in.
Hello, I'm Paul Credo. Basically, my degree, I'm a geologist, but I work for Halliburton's service company while on the perforating side. It's a subject matter expert. Currently working with consistency.
I'm Kirk Brady. I retired from Shell after 30 years focused on service facilities and EOR in my last few years of career. I'm trying to I set up a release
Matt Elmer, I work for Shell, engineering background, actually downstream focus now, but just a piece of inside, I just started with that.
So good job. I'm Susan Howes, I'm chair of the MIT committee and I'm vice president of engineering at Service Consultants and Associates.
Hello, my name is Daniel Joseph. I've joined the commission for 10 years, all around the Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, I'm Maggie Dalthorpe, and I'm Go Texan Day here. We're all the cowboy boots, you guys. Come on. I'm also going to introduce the speaker. I am a geologist. I started out through Exxon, have a bachelor's from UT, which is our first speaker is from UT, and have a PhD from A&M, and have done a lot of research and specialize in solving technically complex issues that need creative solutions. So that's what I'm looking for with my next position. I was formerly an exploration manager for Williston Basin operator. Our first speaker this morning is going to talk about the impact of U.S. shale resources on global energy. And she already gave you her bio, so I'll go ahead and let her get started. Please welcome Svetlana from the Bureau of Economic Geology.
Thank you very much. Let me just check the microphone. Usually I'm pretty loud, but I had the whole cooking day yesterday. So, so I'm really glad to be here and bring kind of quite a lot of enthusiasm about the unconventional resources, as we're kind of in the center when it started and where it's still one of the hottest places, meaning Texas is now kind of leading in shale gas production and shale oil production. And not all of the place shales, kind of as I learned over the last 6 years, kind of with all the geology. So, okay. So as I was let know, so we're kind of very easy here. So I would let you interrupt me, and if you have any questions, please jump in. This talk is kind of more to give you a perspective and feel comfortable about asking questions. Okay. And I was supposed to be here together with Director of our Bureau of Economic Geology, Scott Tinker. So a few things that I'm going to bring today actually were originally originating from some of his analysis. On top of that, as we get started, let me say that a lot of things that I'm going to be talking today came from the multidisciplinary study that involved more than 15 people, who included geologists, engineers, statisticians, and economists, all working together as a one integrated team. And that's again kind of just to emphasize how important every different specialization here in the field of development of unconventional. So it's not anymore just kind of the geologists, engineers. You really need this integrated look to understand what's going on. So, but as I will start, let me bring a little bit of the global perspective, and then I'll go about our studies and also some interesting things that I think kind of keep inspiring me to look into that, what's going on with the industry as well as the resource itself. And then I'll wrap it up with some implications. So let's first kind of, as we talk about the energy, let's come to the repeating topic everywhere you see in the news, both in the US and globally, which is energy security. So as we talk about energy security, what are we mainly talking about? So the definitions are usually very vague, so let me bring some more milestone so that we have the common ground for discussion. So first of all, when we talk about the energy security, we would like to think about affordable energy, so in terms of the cost per unit of energy. And in addition to cost, it's also the question of the price volatility. So yes, price might be low in some periods, but if it keeps jumping back and forth, it already kind of brings some risk and danger with it. So another thing is when we talk about affordability, should pay attention to the infrastructure. So when we talk about electricity, it's not just where we get it, but also how it is delivered to us. So that in many countries, as you know, the actual cost of electricity are split into the generation of electricity itself, as well as the cost to deliver you that. So, but once we say we have some affordable access to energy, it should be also available, meaning that if it's right now, right there, we want to make sure that in the long term, it's also going to be there. And speaking more again about the generation, it means that we want to make sure that the resource that supports that generation is there. Reliable. So as we now integrate more and more renewable energy, and Texas is one of the leading states in there, and actually in the whole world, let's not forget that we want the energy to be reliable, meaning that if sun doesn't shine, we still want to get our refrigerator working and not just kind of intermitting with that. And in addition to that, when we talk about the reliable, we want to make it to have it safe. So we want to be nice to environment and to ourselves, thinking about all the human health related things. And finally, sustainable. So now we have a lot of discussions about the possible environmental policies, and so the question is, with all this changing attitude to environment and possible attitude to what causes climate change, we want our energy to be sustainable from the clean perspective. And finally, but not least, is to remember about the dense energy. Yes, we have this study that showed that if you cover the entire state of Nevada with solar panels, we can probably serve the country, but can we get the whole state to be covered with solar panels? So we still prefer kind of to have sources of energy that are quite dense, so that you can put some source close to the city, reducing the cost of delivering it. So dense energy is also on the table there. Okay, and I already mentioned about the some environmental risks. So speaking of energy, our key attention is usually drawn to the electricity generation, and that's why let me go through all the alternatives we currently have on the table. So to start with, is one of the oldest one is coal. So we started with the coal generation, and even now the coal generation provides the base generation throughout the world, not just in the US. And it's available. Coal is definitely cheap, so it's affordable, it's reliable, so kind of it's not going up and down as the sun, but there are some issues relating to it. So we have to mine it. So yes, we bring some some issues to the environment. It requires a lot of water for the cooling of the power plant, so the water issues are there, air emissions, and the different SOx, NOx, CO2, other things. So yes, it has a lot of benefits, but it has its own drawbacks. The next in line is natural gas. We started a bit late on that, but natural gas gets bigger and bigger portion of the generation worldwide, as I'll show in a few slides. And it's also available. It's getting more and more affordable as we're opening more sources for natural gas. It's reliable, but yet it also has its own issues related to things like usage of water, if we talk about the fracking, or also as we talk about servicing the power plants, and it has emissions, so methane, CO2 are also on the table. Finally, the third pillar for the base load generation, and one is kind of that brings a lot of controversy at the moment, is the nuclear power. So it's available, it's kind of affordable, it's cheap, but although we need to keep in the perspective that at some period of time we'll have to deal with the waste. It's definitely reliable and it's sustainable, so kind of there are no these dirty emissions, kind of all the things we talk about, but we have a lot of questions related to the security of the nuclear in terms of their risk related to the power generation itself. So with that, let us go now to the next set of energy sources, which is kind of new generation of energy. So hydro, definitely affordable if you have it. So in places where you don't have it, or where you may have it with some volatility, like the Denmark and some other Scandinavian countries like to boast with the fact that they rely 80–90% on the hydro, wind and solar. As long as they have them. In the dry years, they have to take a lot of electricity that comes from continental Europe. So again, some good things and some big questions there. Geothermal. So we're not here that much about this, but there are more and more conversations about what can we do with geothermal using the experience from, again, the countries like Iceland and the places like California, where they definitely have a resource, considering it on one hand enjoying their hot temperatures underground, but again the question is how much they can use it with all the seismic going on there, and so energy density is another issue there. Wind. So now we talk a lot about wind. We have a lot of subsidies to it. We all seen the plots that show the exponential growth of wind generation capacity. It's affordable, definitely. With technology development, now it becomes cheaper and cheaper in terms of installing those windmills. It's sustainable in the places where it exists. But we all know that the wind patterns keep changing, and now with climate change in particular, and you probably will not put the windmill everywhere you want, so you're looking for the places where the wind speed is the best one, and even there, like for instance when you have in the West Texas, it's still quite intermittent source of energy. Finally, taking the second place, but now kind of going into elite, is solar. And again, there we have available source, we have it quite sustainable, and yet we have a lot of intermittency there as sun goes up and down. And we all hear a lot about that the technology will make breakthrough and will be really affordable once we have the batteries, which are not there yet. Okay, so with all this overview, let me get to the global map. And so what you see on your screen now is a map that colored with each region containing over 1 billion of people. So if you look at all this green and then yellow, pay attention to the red. So see how many people we put into that small area in the East China. So now let's look at what's going on with their energy mix. And those are the data that are more recent ones, but not looking to the future, just kind of assessing current situation. So as I will keep showing, I'll go through the pie chart that shows the distribution of energy used in each of the region. And I will use the same color scheme, meaning I'll use the green for petroleum, red for natural gas, gray for coal, and then the other colors will represent nuclear and renewables. So let me start. So let's first go to US. So what's going on in US is that we have here quite a good balance between the coal, natural gas, and petroleum products. Let's look at the Russian European region. So in Europe we see that again the mix is quite similar to what we observed in US. Slightly different numbers are observed in the South America. There we have quite a lot of petroleum and a lot of hydro. They have a really good position in terms of being able to use the hydro versus, for instance, the other two regions that I just shown. What about Africa? Here it's kind of quite the opposite. Hydro is there, but very little. Petroleum some. Coal, natural gas. Look at the Middle East. So probably all of you kind of would expect that. A lot of natural gas and oil. They try to maximize usage of the resource available to them. And now going to their eastern region, and their coal prevails. And one of the reasons for that is it's very cheap, and as this whole region is now in a very fast developing route, it's the most affordable for it to support that growth. Now let's change the sizes of all these pie charts proportional to their consumption. Yes?
The pie charts of transportation sector. Whereas the previous discussion was all about power generation.
So now this is the total energy mix. It doesn't separate it by the use. What's presented here is kind of, yes, it's both power and transportation, you're right.
So right now petroleum is actually using power generation. So most of those green segments are probably in the transportation sector.
Depends on the region, but for many regions, yes, but not everywhere, because we know that in India and China we see the growth for transportation just recently, so their proportion of the petroleum products consumed in the transportation is smaller as in developed world. They're just getting into that consumption in terms of cars and mileage per person. So, and there, a lot of generation, distributed generation is still actually used like the oil and diesel power. So it's not everywhere. But yes, transportation takes a big portion of that. Yes, it's a good comment. Okay, so now let's look at the slide with different looks. So now I present again the global energy mix, and now we see it's for the world. Look at these green, red, and gray stripes. So the percentages were not changing that much over the last 25 years, but look at how the absolute numbers changed. So let's look at this change in a little bit more detail. So what happened with the percentage-wide change is that we start using, on average, in a mix, less petroleum products. We do use more coal, and again, a lot of this comes thanks to the more usage of coal in the developing regions like India, China, Indonesia, where they would like to support their rapid growth with some cheap, reliable, affordable resource. So the nuclear is keep increasing some, hydro little. So overall, we see that the picture kind of starts changing slightly. So now let's get to the yes. So given that a lot of things come from the US and then kind of get adopted, US participates in many programs to support their development in many nations. Let's first look what's going on in our country. So what you see here again, their energy mix in terms of our consumption, and in blue line the total energy consumed. the gap between it comes and supported by imports. So we are getting closer to what we see as a secure state when we don't need to import much, but we still have some imports. Now let's look at some trends. So if I would take the trend from 1970 in terms of energy versus GDP, and we'll just continue it, again, using some of the forecasts available at that time, here's the line on which we're going to be. And we are not there. Look at how much we were able to save. And what's that? That's what we're able to save because of the improved efficiency. And efficiency in this has two meanings here. One is that we use the resources that are available to us with their higher percent of the useful energy. The other one is we're trying to save some. So we maybe not as good in terms of their isolation of buildings and some other things as they are in Europe, but we are also improving in that respect as well. Okay, and then what's going on with our fuels? Here it is. So look at how much we saved versus how much we use. So we saved essentially, we could have doubled what we currently use. But yes?
Question on the previous slide.
Yes.
How can you make a claim that the yellow zone is 100% because of efficiency gains?
No, I'm saying there are two major things.
Yeah.
Right? One is the efficiency in terms of how you use the fuels available to you. And the other one is with saving energy as kind of isolating buildings, having less mileage, more mileage.
The point I'm trying to make is that a lot of the growth in the Asian countries because of industrial growth. There has been a decrease of industrial use of energy in North America due to the migration of the production factors to Asia.
Yeah, so what you talked about, so what I was trying to make a point here in terms of the GDP, and the GDP measured again, let's say in dollars. What you're talking about a slightly different thing, which is a very valid statement. So you're talking about not just about the GDP as a number, but the GDP where it comes from. So essentially the GDP usually comes from two sources. One is their goods and another one is services. Right? So what's going on as the country usually gets more and more developed, and that's your point, absolutely very valid one, is most of the countries start moving from producing more goods into producing more services. And more services is quite often, not always, but often associated with also less energy use. Why? Because you can generate the same GDP by, for instance, having the financial market trading, or you can generate the same value in GDP by producing cars or mining business. Yes, and those are two different things. Yeah, no, that's a very very valid question. In terms of the real production, though, coming back to 70s, 80s, and the current state, the balance did shift it a little bit towards services, but not as much as this will take into account this complete savings. Meaning that speaking of one particular country, we can make that statement, but it will be untrue for the entire world if we would say that we want to shift the entire world to that different curve. Right? So very good point. Thank you. Okay. So a little bit more details back to the electric generation. So here what you see is how the balance changed between essentially natural gas, coal generation, nuclear, hydros and renewables. And I'm starting with the year 2005. Why? Because this year is often used as an anchor year when we talk about reducing our emissions. So back to that year from which we do want to reduce our emissions, we see how the portion of coal was decreasing, how natural gas was increasing. We hardly did any changes to the nuclear. We did definitely added a lot of more generation in terms of the renewable energy. Hydro, not so much. So let's look at the percentage here. So going from 51% in terms of coal to 34%, and keep in mind that majority of the CO2, and you see on the very right column, the percent of CO2 generated was coming from coal. So a lot of our now reduction in CO2 comes just from the fact that we're switching from coal to natural gas, right? And what was supporting all that growth? is a lot of that was supported by the fact that we now have a lot of natural gas produced, and the cost for that natural gas will going down. So of course there is also a regulatory aspect to that, but let's not forget just market-driven things. So again, coming back a little bit to perspective, and that's more kind of to say that we like to talk about the past trends and compare how we did against the past, but we're usually not so good in really predicting the future. And even as kind of energy economists, let me say to you that the biggest focus of economists is actually usually on uncertainty. We always ask to give a number, but that's the hardest thing for us to do. So that's why usually if you look at all these reports provided by EIA, IEA, some other organization, they draw this big range of uncertainties around their forecasts. So let's look at the picture in terms of their natural gas production back to 2010. And at that time, we already start seeing some unconventional, but there is still at that time a lot of kind of skepticism about where the resource will bring it. Would you at that time think that here's a line for the natural gas price and that it will go down and stay there down? And let me remind you that just in kind of late 90s, beginning of 2000, the US started importing increasing amount of LNG, and there was a lot of discussion also on from the regulatory perspective on how we're getting to the age when we don't have enough natural gas, and so there was a lot of threat to the energy security from that perspective. So what actually happened, here's a number of US rigs. So let's say you know that the price will go down and the number of rigs would go down. So what would you think in terms of production? Most of us, again, coming from the experience of conventional natural gas and oil, and I had that experience as well by 2010, I hardly knew what the shale gas was. I would probably also look at those plots as an economist generate a model that would predict that the production will go down and the imports will go up. But what actually happened is that not only we were able to maintain the level of natural gas production, but we grew it substantially. And look how the growth continues, and though it stabilizes, but still continues even at decreasing natural gas prices and with a smaller amount of rigs. Yes?
All of this is based on really based on politics. Are you taking into account politics?
That's a very good comment, and if we'll have a Scott Tinker here, he'll probably would like to talk to you about that a lot. So yes, so there is definitely politics as well as kind of all the energy security issues, even after we put all those definitions which are politics free, still a lot affected by the politics, both geopolitics, meaning the politics across the country as well as the politics within a country. Again, speaking with our current president and see how radically the views changed from President Obama to the current president. And the problem is that majority of the economists, and let me speak now for kind of all my colleagues, we do not take much into account the politics except for a few models which look at the regulation and then trying to see how the likelihood of regulation depending on the current public perspective. But then the issue with that as well is quite often we misjudge the public perception and what the public actually wants. And I think the latest president election kind of all gave us a good lesson there. So yeah, very good point. Unfortunately, this is something that also many of us think that they know what they talk about. But again, as the lesson learned, may not necessarily be there. Yep. Right. And now coming back to all these models, right? And I'm presenting here one of the models from my colleague at Rice University. We're now in very close cooperation in terms of our research. So by the time when we started our shale gas and oil study, Ken Medlock, who's leading their big modeling effort in Rice University, was producing the following forecast for their natural gas production. So what happened is depicted in here. So just kind of 3 years after he produced this forecast, we already were 30% more than what was predicted. So I would say that, yeah, it looks kind of a very big challenge. Should we trust this model anymore or not? So to understand whether you would like to trust the model or not, let's look at what the model actually takes into account. So the unconventional resource taught us that we cannot use the conventional methods, if I can say it this way, to assess that resource, but rather we need to take an integrated look. So, and here's a workflow chart that shows that the approach we currently take to try to understand the development of a conventional resource, and yet even this will bring a lot of uncertainty, still grounding it on both the geology, meaning the knowledge about the resource, understanding the production, and with that trying to assess the productivity trends, understanding all the uncertainties related to the changes in technology and how hard it is to predict the new technologies coming. We all like to take 1% increase per year, 2% increase per year, like most of the EIA models does. But if you look at actual data, what you see stepwise changes in terms of the productivity, where the technology develops in jumps. And those jumps we quite often underestimate. And with those jumps, we may misjudge the meaning of economics and how much of that development is actually driven by enthusiasm, the belief, and again, the politics. So that when we go to production outlook, we not always talk about what's economically recoverable. We actually talk about what is more likely to be recurrent based on the whole variety of expectations. And I'll get to it in a few slides. So now let me give you more details on how we actually use this workflow to look into their resource, assess it. And I would like to again bring the key milestone, the major learnings as we see them. And let me say that half of our team was converted from the conventional resources team and came with their more conventional perspective first, and a lot of new learnings were done as the project go on. So when we talk about unconventional, let me first kind of give you an example on what are we actually talking about. We all know how conventional goes, so let's look at unconventional. What you see here on the screen, it's a Google snapshot from the Barnett Play, and it doesn't really look like a play. If you look from the aerial image, it looks like some location surrounded by houses, so somewhere in a small town close to the Fort Worth airport. Here are these two small speckles. Those are the drilling pads. From these two drilling pads, here is the 24 lines which represent the drilling patterns of the horizontal well legs. So those wells were drilled, and they were drilled also in a stacked manner. So again, 24 wells drilled with some stack separation. Here's the total statistics. So these 24 wells were drilled within 1 year from two adjacent pads, really small, 300 by 400 each. There was some vertical separation. Those were one of the pioneering wells in terms of their length. Some of these wells reached 7,000 feet. And again, let me say for comparison, just 3 years ago, for most of our outlooks, we'd use the length of 4,000, not even daring to put the number 5,000, as there was a lot of complaint that with the lengths you lose the production, as you're not able to deliver the frac energy that well. And currently, even though we bring attention to the 7,000 feet well, we have wells like 20,000 feet drilled in Utica. 10,000, 15,000 become very common in Bakken Play. And this is just within the last 3 years. Okay, so here's how their production looks like if I stack the production from each of this well, and different color represent these different wells. So again, the summary statistics in here. So we drilled all those wells from 5 acres. From 5 acres, we access the subsurface area that is 260 times bigger. So it's about 1,400 acres. We used how much water we used. We hear a lot of complaints about how much water is used. If you take that aerial area that was penetrated by those wells and assume that, try to check how much the household would use if the household will take 1 acre, then it's about the same amount of water that we use. So just think that you put a few more houses in there, and that's how much water was used again to frag those wells. Part of this water will come back, and now we see nutrients which will recycle that water. And depending on the play, 25% or even more, if we talk about the Permian, will come back, will be recycled and reused again to drill the nearby wells. Meaning that if I show a similar pattern, similar set of pads next to it, the amount of water used there will be reduced by 20-30%, speaking of Barnett. Yes?
What's the distance between the wells?
The spacing, so it's about 400 or 500 feet.
Between the wells?
Yes, 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 yeah. And overall, this wells expected to recover, and you see that from here on, the history stops, and we use our predictions, 80 BCF from 5 acres, and that's one of the best wells in that area. But this rock is not even the tier 1. This rock is actually in what industry would originally consider tier 2, if you consider like 3-tier things. We started originally splitting the whole play into 10 tiers, and out of 10 tiers it will be probably tier 3, and the recovery factor there is close to 45% of free gas in place. So the gas that we can just assess is in there. So how we managed to do that, so how we get there, and is this the stop, or is this kind of a new set of benchmark to look into the future, and we should expect a new step in technology. So here's the image that shows the correlation that based on their logs. So given that not all of you geologists, let me explain a little bit more about that. So what geologists do is we drill the well, we take the log measurements that help us to assess how good the rock is, and finally calculate how much space is in there which will contain natural gas. So that's what the upper image shows you. Here on the lower image you see the cross section that goes from southwest to northeast, and the colors show the quality of the reservoir. So the warmer the color, the better the reservoir. Also, the thicker the line, the thicker the reservoir. So what you see is a lot of heterogeneity in that reservoir. So just in those few miles cross-section, you see how much the reservoir changes in terms of quality, meaning in terms of how much gas is in there, how much you're likely to extract from it. And again, with this 3D look, we've been able to place our wells and start thinking how we can extract more resource out of there. Again, let's take some historical perspective. Just looking at the first horizontal wells, and again, we didn't have much horizontal wells, probably 1 or 2 drilled before 2005. So again, we're talking about the whole thing that happens within just last 10 years. We didn't start drilling more of the stacked wells until 2012. That's where essentially the technology was proven. And now we're testing not just how to put the stacked wells, but how to land them in an area that will deliver us most, how to place them so that we can help our production get better. But now we expand further with that knowledge. So we started with the conventional geology where we just would go to the reservoir, we'll assess it from various perspectives, including porosity, thickness, meaning just see how much tank is in there and how much molecules is within that tank. Now we're expanding and we open the whole new field for the unconventional geology where we have to take into account not just the reservoir itself, but also what's underneath, what's above it, speaking about the frag barriers. So now geologists have to learn a quite big portion of what engineers actually need to help these new technologies happen. So what you currently see on your screen is some seismic image, again from the Barnett Play. This gray surface that you see there, it's limestone. The limestone serves as a frag barrier on the top of the formation. On the right image, you see the Viola-Simpson underlying formation. So we'll look at the up to see how the frag energy can stop and help the reservoir better. We'll look underneath in order to be able to understand again how frag energy develops. But in addition to that, speaking of Barnett and some other places, including Permian or Bakken, also the formation that may bring a lot of water. So now geology expanded its look to give more details to understand the reservoir itself, the engineers to place their wells better, and help them to understand where they would like to drill with a certain type of recipe to not have much more water, for instance, because water, it means that a lot of public outcry in terms of how we may do harm to water, or how we need to process this water, meaning this is extra cost. So now, speaking of cost, we now bring the geologists to talk to economists to help them explain where they may need to see also the distribution of potential costs. So once again, expanding on the geological expertise from conventional look just reservoir into going more. But even that is not the whole story. So we now look at the entire vertical interval with more details. We'll look at what's on top, what's the bottom, but in addition to that, we switch the terms. We used to talk about particular formation. Here's an example from Marcellus. Look how the Marcellus top and base go. So that essentially shows you the thickness of the formation. But what happens is that if you place your wells, they will have a certain fracture height. And speaking of Marcellus, in the location where we took it, the fracture height goes closely to 300 feet. And what happens is that in some areas you may not disregard, but focus more on the area where you think will be fragged by the well. In the other areas, like you see on the first two logs, the thickness of the fracture height will be higher than the thickness of a particular formation, meaning that you may get some resource penetrate some formations that lie above the given geologic formation, and we shouldn't disregard it. It might be not as great reservoir, but it still will deliver you extra gas. So now kind of we talk again about the expansion of assessment of the geology of the play, and how the geologists and engineers need to interact to see which geologic attributes need to be determined and quantified and qualified to help engineers to make their work better and generate better results. And with all that knowledge, we see that the engineers are now being able to drill longer wells, place them better, but also think more about the completion practices. So now let me bring you some examples from the Marcellus play. And first, what I'm going to do for 20 major sub-regions as we divide Marcellus into, we drill, what if we use the same recipe, and this was a common practice back to 2010 to 2011, the operators will adopt a similar practice in terms of the completion, meaning what's the average length, how much water per length, how much proppant per length. So these red bars show your total expected recovery, or EUR, average for that region if you use this common completion everywhere. Now, 2 years later, as operators keep searching what's the best recipe for this particular region, we see the change. And so these white bars now show how the expected recovery per well change. And there could be a change in well length, could be change in the amount of treatment fluid, type of treatment fluid, amount of proppant used. So what we see here is that some white bars may generate up to 30% or more from what originally wasn't there if you use the same completion recipe all across, like you see in the first column or the last two columns. Some bars, though, like the ones in region 6 and 7, go down. So what happens there? Did the wells get worse? Not really, but what happened is that the engineers figured out that there is no need to put that much water given how much extra cost it can bring you. So they switched to the balance between how much extra unit of length, water, of cost I want to put in to get the extra unit of production. And so they optimized over that, speaking now, talking with economists. Yes?
When you say assuming the same completion, you're saying that the red bars represent the same completion across all the basins?
The whole basin. Yeah, it's 20 sub-regions of the Marcellus.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
we take the play, and if you look at the Marcellus or Barnett or any other play, usually the first 2 years you're not sure how to complete the wells, and then most of the operators will converge to some completion. So taking that average completion and see what the results are. We'll do the assessment of reservoir, we'll color it, and I'll show it in a few seconds how it will look like. And then after that, as we get more knowledge in terms of geology, we start changing the completion again to suit to this particular geographical location.
So you're comparing early completions versus later completions?
No, this was time normalized, so time component is taken out.
But early in each of the sub-basins. That's okay, I'll wait.
Yeah. No. So what we did here, we take their completions that were, we normalize them to the average recipe used in 2011. Then for the same year, we took the completion practices that were used in 2012 and 13. We kept the lengths the same, but we changed the spacing, the water and proppant, and we asked, let us see how this well is doing now. Okay. So yes, there is this completion learning, but given that you drill the same length of wells, so take just the drilling cost out, it's just the completion itself that brings you better results. So you know that some areas would require more proppant to hold the fractures open. Some areas may need more water, but less proppant. Okay. So coming back again to their production. So if we would take, and this is an example from the Barnett shale play, but originally we have developed a similar picture for all the major plays. So what you see here is 10 tiers, production profiles as production rate changes over time. So we'd take the first, the locations with the 10 best results and put them into tier 1, the next 10% best into the next tier, and generate the following map. So the colors are roughly coincide. So in red you see the areas of the Barnett where the production would be the highest, and you see the same looking at the picture with the production profile. The blue shows that your well will hardly produce anything, and after 2-3 years will actually die, so or will be shut down. And we see several things here. So if we normalize, and this is picture for all the normalized wells, meaning that we normalize them with respect to the length and completion at that time, as the picture was drawn for 2011. The play shows a lot of heterogeneity in terms of the expected production, which comes a lot from the heterogeneity in geology. So if we'll take now the picture that will be drawn based on the expected normalized EURs across 3 different shale gas basins, Barnett, Fayetteville, Haynesville, we see that this heterogeneity actually prevails in every play. And from this perspective, actually Barnett doesn't look so bad, so the distribution for the Barnett production performance is quite narrow. Look at the Fayetteville, look at the Haynesville. So the distribution for the Haynesville goes all over the board, meaning that you may have within one play the wells that will be producing 1 BCF as well as the wells producing 12 BCF, which makes it really hard to have a discussion when the people ask, can you tell me the average EUR for the play? Or can you tell me the average EUR for your leases? Depending on where these leases are, depending kind of, again, where you are in the play, those numbers can be very different. And the average may not have that much meaning as we used to have in a conventional. And this will clearly translate also speaking of the average economics. Yes?
Yes, in my experience, going from the early days in the Barnett to where it is now, the knowledge on how to exploit the clay also tightens the standard deviation on the average production of the peak production of the well. Do you have any data on how that standard deviation has narrowed? My feeling is that in the Haynesville, there is less knowledge than what there is in the Barnett. So even though there is a reservoir situation going on, there is also a knowledge evolution contributed to this fact. Is that something?
Yeah, that's actually a great question, and we just finished our update of the Barnett and Haynesville outlook, so I can, with all the numbers in my head, tell you, I don't have the table in here, but what happens is that you, with every new step in a development of technology, there is some learning period. During that learning period, you usually have a wider distribution for a given location. as you tighten up and kind of learn more about the rock in that particular square mile, as you tighten up the details of the recipe, indeed you get a tighter distribution, but for this location. It doesn't apply to the entire play. And actually what we see in place now in a downturn in terms of the prices is that we see many of these distributions go wider. What happens is that operators try to drill the locations where they see the better results so that they can stay afloat with the low prices, meaning that they stop drilling in the low producing areas. So those few drill that's still happening there to keep the leases are still very bad, whereas you start moving the tail of your distribution a little bit up as you drill more wells in there, right? So, and speaking again about the uncertainty, so you tighten it with every technology cycle. As you get to a new technology, like now in the Barnett, we see that a lot of good locations are close to be exhausted, meaning that operator is pushed to move to new locations, and with this new location, you have experience from 2-3 years ago, and now you have technology that you developed for this acreage that was good, but you don't know whether it will deliver good results. So it will, again, will take 2-3 years, an average cycle that we see, it's usually 2-3 years, when you get from the new technology tested to the best result delivered by that technology, and then another jump. Yeah. So, and I'll get a little bit back to that argument as I will speak about the economics. So, another dimension to that conversation about how we get better and what's going on with distribution in terms of results refers to the following. So, usually what we do, we'll have some drilling pattern, we'll have some recipes, and quite often we're prone to extrapolate our current experience into the future, meaning that if this is the lease that I currently hold, I probably will first think that I will place another well which will be similar. What happens now, as we get the locations exhausted and as we're pushed by the low prices, we now have new technology coming up. So now in the same square mile, I put these new cluster wells, and each of these cluster wells will have lower production than the single well, single parent well, but overall they may have a high recovery per unit of surface or subsurface used, meaning that will bring a new tweak to discussion on the distribution of the productivity results. Other approach that we see in more mature place is the infill drilling. And infill drilling can be considered as a drilling in between the old wells, as well as operators now test a lot how closely they can go in terms of spacing. So in some cases we see not just infill well, we can see infill cluster. So all type of different combination can be observed that again show how operators are searching for new technology which would balance the cost, availability of acreage, given its expected production and revenues given the price environment. And all that brings kind of a new tweak to how we assess where each of the play can go next. So with that new patterns, we actually see that the more recovery can be expected in the future versus what we thought will be recovered just a couple of years ago. Okay, so and another kind of look at those technologies thing is here we generated with the new data, updated Barnett productivity maps. You remember the one that I showed with 10 tiers? So here's we redraw the map and we slightly change the contour of the play. So what happens as you get new technology, you will be able to go to areas that you originally would not consider. Like, for instance, the areas of the Barnett that provide a lot of liquids were originally not taken as a big kind of place to be delivering. Now it's a separate sub-place of the Barnett where we produce the liquids. Areas where there was high clay content, again, were more cut out of the previous map. Now they included as operators get smarter in terms of how to get over the ductility of shales. Areas where we have a lot of water coming from the underlying formation, Ellenberger, which operators, again, were not really considering in the past because they said it will just flood my well, are now, again, could be slightly more modified, included into the modified map. And in addition, with this content change, we start looking at those maps depending on which recipe, which technology you apply. So the map on the left shows you the single drill. So this is the one that will have kind of similar similar option to it as the first one that we saw. Now, as we move further, we now consider close-spaced infill cluster maps, and you see that the numbers or colors get cooler, meaning yes, would we expect less from the infill well that we will from a single well. But on the other hand, the question is, how many locations do we have left in this core area that has been extensively drilled? And it's a question for us, do I drill an infill well in a location which in the past was a core and delivering me the best amount of gas, versus moving further away to the areas that are not as productive? I might not be that good equipped with the technology to use that, but there is more space to have single wells. So some areas that look warmer on a single well may look cooler in the infill, but they are not a fair comparison unless you keep in mind all this technology and cost tweak. And speaking of that, that brings us to a completely new set of discussions when we look at the original resource in place, this OGIP, original gas in place map, versus the map with our expected production. So comparing the two maps and see where, how high is the percent recovery of the resource in place, that's where we will identify areas that may still can be waiting for better technology to come. So if you look at the areas that are, let's say, in the middle of the park area, they have still quite extensive amount of resource, but yet productivity keeps down there. So again, comparing the two maps, that's how we identify where else we can go trying to discover new technology. And with new technology, as I said, we keep more and more in mind what the economics of things, and the low price environment pushes to do operators even better job on trying to manage their cost side, as they cannot rely much on the revenue side. And there are a lot of things going on here as well. So in addition to just kind of placing your wells better, thinking in terms of spacing, water, proppant, what's going on is operators keep learning about how they can do the hedging, how they can strategically place those wells, for instance, drilling the multi-well paths, like again, coming back to the examples we saw at the very beginning. If you drill the 24 wells within 1 year from that location, it means you don't need to bring your rig back and forth several times as it was in the past. You bring it once, you have the crew that drilling those wells once, you deliver all the water and can recycle it as a lot of water comes in a big volume, and now you can exploit a lot of economy of scale. And that all helps you, in addition with the fact that now you may have access to the infrastructure that's already in place versus to the previous years where you have to develop more and more infrastructure. So all those things come in mind as we speak about, will the operators be able to survive the low natural gas price as well as oil environment? We actually see very similar trend in shale oil, or I should better say the tight reservoir development. Even though I don't kind of show much pictures for the oil plays, we just started the Permian Basin, and what we see, and we just finished the Eagle Ford, so we see very similar trends and developments in the shale oil development. So, and here's a picture that people usually have not a straightforward attitude to. So when we look at the profitability of those wells drilled, and I use here the term profitability index, so don't be scared. So all it shows that if the profitability index is around 1, that's when you break even with some discounting. So essentially, it's a sum of your expected cumulative cash flows over the investment put in. If they're equal, you break even. The higher the index, the better the profitability of your well. If you put the economics on every well using the price expectation and the time when well was drilled, then we get the following histogram that shows relative share of wells drilled with respect to their profitability. Again, the organizations like EIA, USGS like to talk about the economic recoverable resource, which means resource that's economical at the given prices, forgetting the fact that operators actually drill quite a lot of wells that are not economical at the moment. So look at this portion of wells. So yes, you have a thicker tail going on to the high values, but depending on the play, 25 to 1/3 of wells is every year roughly is usually drilled with the expectation that the well will not break even, and there is a various good justification for doing that. So one thing is you can consider it as your R&D costs, because unless you start testing the new acreage, unless kind of you try to test a new technology, you will not be able to find a better solution, and this comes at some cost. But as long as your costs can be outweighed by the ability to support it with their good acreage, and here on the other plot you see the average profitability index, you see how it kind of was growing together with natural gas prices and went down as natural gas prices dropped. And this is using spot prices, so the hedges will actually let operators to stay closer to 1. But look at how it recovered. So with the new technology, if I just use the spot prices, forget about the hedging, I see how the operators were able to find the technology, find a solution, approach in terms of strategy, in terms of where they drill and recover, even though the prices in 2013-14 are pretty much the same as 2012. So we're still in this low price environment where the natural gas prices are close to $3.50. Yes?
When you look at that, how much of that really unprofitable drilling, how much do you think that was for holding production? People wanted to drill up acreage to just pay money for it.
Yeah, yes.
And economically, that may have made a lot of sense because prices were rising rapidly.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So one of the reasons why we usually show this plot excluding the first 2-3 years of the play history is because those kind of drilling was not representative in terms of the drilling portfolio. There is kind of, on one hand, it's a cost of you, kind of getting access to all this capability. We do, though, when we look at the ability to drill into a future, take into account how much of the debt burden the operators carry in the play. So we have this assessment, it's out of that picture, but we do have that in mind as we adjust their spending of operators. So actually another kind of interesting plot that I could have shown is how operators now switch to drilling rate, meaning the number of wells placed in the play, which is essentially a function. So how many wells you're going to drill in any given play, and that's it's very, very similar functional form, though the numbers may change for all the plays. So the number of future wells will depend on how much debt burden you carry, what was the drilling rate in the previous year, meaning how many rigs you had active around it, and then the price expectations, not the current price, but the price strips of the price expectations. So all that kind of included. But in the past, for many plays, since they started, in cases of Barnett started 2005, the Hinsdale and Marcellus were the latest 2008. Thanks to the higher natural gas prices, they were able to essentially almost get rid of that burden originally done, and then it's just a question of how much investment you carry forward to the new wells. Yes?
The stability index. So
yes.
NPV divided by capex, correct?
So it's NPV plus investment divided by K. Okay. So it's total cumulative positive cash flow divided into investment. So it's NPV without investment cost divided by investment cost. Okay. And the beauty of that is if you say that kind of I'm wrong with price, you put a multiplier on the denominator, you get, a bump that picture, but the picture is the same. If you think that my costs are wrong, you bump it down, but the picture, the shape of the picture is the same.
Yeah, okay, and you keep price flat.
So this picture shows the price flat, but we actually now take into account the expectations. So as I was showing in the previous slide, that most of the operators currently, when they when they drew this picture for the future, what they do, they use the price expectations and we use the EIA price expectations to calculate profitability index. So it's not a fixed tag. Yes?
Quick question, within the profitability index equation, the cost of investment includes the cost of cash or expected return on investment, or it's just the dollar investment?
So the cost of investment, I mean, how much it costs you to drill that well, given its completion, given its length, water, prop, and use, and that's it. So it's for that well.
No profits included then, expected return on investment.
The revenues and profits are in their cash flow part.
From the investor's point of view.
Oh, yes, no.
From the investor point of view, PI of 1 is a loss.
Oh, no, wait. So you mean discounting? No, discounting isn't there. Yes, we have 8% discounting.
Okay.
Is that, yeah, I guess that's what answers your question. Yes.
What was the technology improvement? Was it longer wells or was it better practice?
It's actually the whole combination of things, as I said in the past. So in some areas, the operators would find that they need to pump more water per length and lengthening the wells. In other places, the placement of the well on a better interval in terms of the resource density was their solution, or placing the well so that you don't have the water flooding. So it's the whole combination of those things. Yes.
So all of these years, you're using the same pricing deck?
No. As I said, so we use a price deck for the time when the well was drilled.
So you've got embedded in all these numbers, you've got that variation in not just gas price, but the oil price.
Yes.
So is some of this improvement not due to the fact that in years 2012 through 14, there was probably a shift from dry gas to the wetter areas?
Oh, it's all included because for every well, we take into account all three components of production,
Right.
Meaning gas, liquids, and water.
In 2012, if they finally gave up on trying to drill gas wells, and then they...
Yeah, so this is across the place, so it's yes, the locations change, yes. So it's also, if you kind of, yes, the reallocation is in there as well. What's the question?
This does not take into account the whole cost of finding, developing.
There is a portion, yeah, so the way it works, yeah, so the way the operators usually keep their balance sheets, they assign this F&D costs to every well, small portion, meaning that there is a fund and they just distribute it, kind of assigning small portions to the cost. Yeah, no, those costs are here. Yeah. Okay. So, and again, kind of looking into the future, so as we look at, for instance, again, to the Barnett Shale play, all these green areas are the wells with the surrounding areas that is expected to be drained by every given well, meaning that it looks like that. So you see all these pads, you see this red rectangulars. So that's what we assume the well was drilled, and around it we draw the area which we think the rock was drained. So, so when we think about the new wells to place, we look at the picture that looks like that. And if you look at this green, you'll think that a lot of that, at least, 25% is taken out. Some people actually think that even more. But let me say that Barnett has less than 15% drained if you make the surface projection from the currently 28,000 plus wells. Yeah. So putting all the things together, so let me now show the chart that shows for the EIA price deck scenario, how the Barnett, Fayetteville, Haynesville, Marcellus go out. So here's this big elephant in the room. So EIA expects that the price will recover and go up. So, but even if it doesn't really recover, look at the prices for 2020. There is a lot of gas out there. So there is still going to be a lot of production going on in the future. And that's true for both shale gas and oil. And to give you a different perspective, and that's EIA prediction, so they kind of shave it and redistribute it slightly different than we are. So let me get to that map and let me kind of bring you the picture kind of that shows where all my enthusiasm for this resource comes from. So here are all the shale plays that we've been studying, and the Permian Basin is not on the map at the moment, but we studied that as well, and it will take us another couple of years to do. So what you see here are the play outlines for Barnett, Fayetteville, Haynesville, Marcellus gas and Eagle Ford Bakken oil. Next to each play, the number of horizontal wells. And the total number of wells is slightly over 65,000. But the areas in Barnett from very far now, it looks like it's almost 50% drilled. And I just told you that less than 15% of that play has been drilled. So overall, if I combine how many more wells I can drill extra, then I would have to multiply my 65,000 wells by at least number 7. Meaning there's still a lot of acres that we can develop. Some of that we are not developing because of the low price now. Some acreage we're not developing because we still see kind of low production there. But each of these outline of the play assume that there is at least in terms of gas 10 BCF per square mile. In terms of oil, there is at least 200,000 barrels in a square mile. So, and there is even kind of smaller densities going beyond that. But there is a lot of resource out there, and it will take a lot of activity to extract it. And as we now see all this LNG flying around and kind of being approved, and the ban for oil export taken out, a lot of development going to be there. But speaking back to the jobs for the engineers and geologists, so let me now show those bubbles. The bigger one would represent the resource in place, this small one technically recoverable, given the current level of technology. And let's look how these bubbles go on a map. So Haynesville as big as Barnett, roughly. Fayetteville slightly smaller. Here's the Marcellus, 5 times the Barnett, and here's the oil. So look at the ratio between these two bubbles. So yeah, we're doing better job for gas than for oil. So for oil, the average recovery that we currently expect is around 5–6% in terms of what's in place with the current technology. For gas, the numbers are slightly higher. Average now with the current technologies, it's close to 25. In the best areas, in a better place, close to 30. Again, on a play average, but we see that in many places, like the best years, we're able to extract in terms of the what's free out of there is more than 50%, meaning that there is a lot of room to improvement just to make each of these ratio between the two bubbles close to 50% to 1. So, and here's the summary statistics again. So we have a lot in place. The recoverable is a small portion of it. Demand for gas grows. For oil, it does go slightly down, but now as we get more access to the international market, there will be some demand there as well. Oops. Okay, I'm almost done. Okay, thank you for a reminder. They just click it. Okay, so summing up, so improving geologic characterization is still in place and help us in the past, and as we go we see a lot of new room to go there. The engineering help us to get that far, but there is again still now the adoption of this new technologies going on, and uncertainty may decrease in parts, speaking again, but in total it's still very high as we speak on the play level. So coming back to the global perspective, so natural gas was growing in US, slightly growing in Europe, again thanks to us some. Asia so far was predicted to rely mainly on coal. But speaking about the investment, yes, we see some downturn, so that if I look at the distribution of global investment related to energy across the globe, a lot of things going on in Asia, but as you see, there is a lot of investment now goes on to distribution and transmission of the resource, not that much to the energy production itself, unless we talk about the renewables. And yet, see how much we're able to do with even this smaller portion of investments. So, summing up all what I was talking about, yes, the economics in the past was stimulated by high prices. The low prices helped to push the technology, improve the efficiency, scale up. And with all that, we now discuss more risks, because now speaking about, again, back to this 24 wells drilled from these two small pads. If anything happens now, it's a quite significant area, quite a big amount of production that will be disturbed. For that reason, given all this risk, the operators now do a better job in trying to preempt the regulation and do a better job in terms of the environment. So water is a thing that we keep quite often talking about. So let's look overall, so what kind of environmental impacts and their relation to technology. So we start increased use of proppant, sand, all that, those things included. We now get better with drilling, yet still these fields and other things might be something to improve on. Well pads, we now did a lot of improvements in drilling the multi-wet pads. Pads get smaller, we try kind of to utilize the surface area more efficiently. But the big question that's now still kind of on the table to discuss is the treatment and disposal, in particular of those waters. And what public quite often misses is that the scale for all that. So let me do the following. So let me now squeeze it out to this scale in terms of the depth. There are thousands of feet of rock in between our surface and subsurface. And the shallowest wells that we see in both natural gas and shale oil are close to 2,000. And the reason for that, it's not only environmental, it's the reasons also the pressure. Without pressure, those things will not flow. So the operators are not so keen to go into shallow areas that may penetrate your aquifers and damage anything there. And here's another evidence on how operators keep an eye in terms of what's going on. So what you see here on the bottom line with all the speckles, this is the fracture height, and the blue lines, blue bars show how shallow the aquifers that may, if something goes on, affect the spills. This, however, doesn't take into account the spills that you may have on the ground. Though we see that a lot of regulation is now kind of pushed to take a better job, operators, to not have any spills on the ground. Like in Marcellus, the operators now have to put the special carpets to make sure that there is no spill, even if you just kind of have a drop of coffee on your pad, you have to report that. So the world learns from us and learns from us, so we would like to leave a positive legacy, and that's what industry now start kind of getting into perspective and take into account how they can improve surface to subsurface ratio, if we're speaking about how these technologies can be adapted in the densely populated areas like in Europe or China, water handling, spill and leakage protection, communication with local community, education of local communities so that they know what's going on and what potential impact of those. So, and let's not forget, so that all that energy, it actually has a lot of impact both, again, in emissions reduction, as I speak at the beginning of the talk, creates jobs in upstream, midstream, and then kind of further on. It helps with natural gas prices low, make their power generation low cost, and bring some manufacturing back. And we see some of those trends as well, as like, for instance, some of the car making plants will be reallocated back to US from Japan or some other regions. So yes, and conventional resource varies a lot, and kind of there is not best recipe, but the industry works hard, in particular now in low price scenarios, to make things happen so that they stay not just afloat, but they actually make the money and bring the changes. So overall, kind of it looks like we have a bright future to go into. Yeah, and shaping the further conversation. So let's not forget that as we do all that, we should take into account not just industry, but landowners, communities, regulators, help support their conversation with information, with data, with understanding what's on stake and who gets the interest from what's going on, whose responsibility in doing this and that. And the longer planning has long been a challenge, as we prone, again, with a political perspective, have a short-term perspective on the next 2-3 years. Whereas for many of the things, they will stay for 20 or even more years, as we see based on some wells drilled a long time ago in Barnett, they're still around. So all that needs to be taken into account with integrity, with transparency and communication. So wrapping things up, energy security dictates the energy mix, and all the energy sources that we had in the past will likely to stay with us in the next couple of decades. Yes, we see the shift in renewables, but a lot of that will be also supported by natural gas. And until Elon Musk builds all this Nevada with their solar panels, we still need a lot of oil to keep the cars on the road. So take the long perspective and have a long-term view. And thank you very much for listening.
I think everybody's kind of wiggly, ready for a break. Let's thank Svetlana for her great talk. And we have a certificate from SPE for her, and a donation of $35 to the scholarship fund will be made in her honor as a thank you for her presentation today. Let's take a 10-minute break. We took questions throughout the presentation. I know there's one here. Catch her at the break and ask your questions, and let's let people stretch their legs, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Our second speaker's here, and lunch is on the way, so we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Can I delete it? And then I'll send you the PDF with their with the slides that you can then.
Perfect, so we can post it. Yes. Awesome.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the questions.
Has any thought, has any consideration, any research currently being done for secondary?
It is, yeah, so secondary probably, and so there's also refracting that this effort going on, but the operators are actually experimenting with things like UR, so something that will help them to recover more, but this is still in infancy, and the reason for that is to make that happen, we still need to understand reservoir more, so that the reservoir engineers can actually model that first, and the thing is that with the currently observed production, the reservoir engineers are not sure that their current models are explaining the current production, which means that they think that there is something missing in the distribution of the reservoir itself, and that's what kind of, for the moment, kind of puts brakes on talking about the secondary recovery. Oh, I do, yes, I do.
Took it off the presentation. You'll send me a
yes, I will send it to
sanitized
you,
copy? Perfect. Thank you.
They started to little bit. You've got to keep Here I am. I've got so If you're only 300 pounds, but big horns or you can't manage that. Even the experiment. Oh, by the way, all straight line, this is, we need to use this. We don't make it. We use. Along with conventional, then try to almost a year. And then, they did
doing now. That's what
I was trying to shoot myself.
Another body of training. That's a lot. No, I didn't get there.
I would like to stand. I'm gonna have to, I guess, I'd like to move around, but. It's a portable mic? Good job. Do you want me to clip it on your back of your shirt? Or in
Yeah, because we have big operations.
Okay, thank you guys. Our lunch is on the way. We're gonna have pizza today. And but while we're waiting for lunch, we're gonna go ahead and introduce our second speaker. While everybody's getting seated, let me just remind you, the last speaker was from the Bureau of Economic Geology, and they have a great website with lots of resource material on there if you want to follow up with some of that presentation. And also, Svetlana will be providing her slide deck to SPE, and it'll be on our website under the MIT presentations probably next week. So that information will be available to you guys as well. All right, our next speaker is Michelle Peavy. Michelle is a firm believer that success is not given, but rather earned. She's often described as sassy, jazzy, classy, and a master connector. A woman who has a way with words, red lipstick, which I love, high-heeled shoes, and making a grand entrance. She is the owner of Remy & Company, an executive recruiting firm in Houston, Texas, and Calgary, Canada. Get off your ask expert, and LinkedIn traffic cop. These talents go beyond business. She's an inspirational speaker, motivator, mentor, salsa performer, and a singer of the national anthem at NBA Rockets games. She's the producer of her CD called My Voice, online, Get Off Your Ask e-course, and her book, The Freeway of Life. Her latest accomplishments is hosting workshops and consulting privately with individuals and corporations on how to ask, ASK, by choosing the proper words and language to get what you want, and then using LinkedIn as the go-to resource tool to find your answers. Today, Michelle will share some of her tips, tricks, and secrets on how to jumpstart your LinkedIn profile. Get ready and fasten your seatbelt. Welcome, Michelle.
Okay, test. All right, hello everybody. So as you can tell with the leopard print sweater, there is nothing that's conservative about me. I'm not an engineer. But I work with a lot of engineers, and interesting enough, with my salsa team that I perform with, they're all engineers. So there's obviously something for me to be around engineers in my career and in my personal life. But thank you to the SPE members in transition for asking me, asking me to be here today, Susan, and all the volunteers that help out to make this happen. So I want to make this all about you today. So couple of things that I know for sure about myself is that I'm very loud, I'm very in your face. Some of my recruiting clients call me a bulldog or an assassin. I'm also very invasive. I like to get in your space, but from a place of helping you. Sometimes we get in a situation, especially when we have identified ourselves of what our career or what our job is, and then all of a sudden it goes away, and we get in a spot of deciding, oh my God, what do I want to be when I grow up, or I don't know this new normal, and I'm trying to figure this out. So I like participation. I like business to be yes, and everything is yes, unless I tell you to say no, right? So I like participation. This is how things happen, is by you doing it, right? Just like my salsa choreographer and my coach says to me, you don't sit and watch me do the spin. You get up and you do the spin yourself. Whether you can do it or not, you have to try. And that's what LinkedIn is about. It's about you trying. So one thing I want to tell you about myself. First of all, can I get permission from you all to kind of be the bulldog and assassin today and just get real serious and get real honest and get real authentic and transparent with you today? Can I do that? Yes? Can I do that? Because I'm going to push you. I'm going to push you, and I'm going to allow yourself to really think and make this happen. So we live in a world of I don't know what I don't know, right? And then I'm going to teach you something that you didn't know so that you can go out and do it for yourself. Let me share with you a little bit of a story about me. I know where you're at. So not only in the oil and gas downturn, I specialize in recruiting in upstream oil and gas. I mainly focus on the oil and gas software space that specializes in petroleum economics and reserve management software. So I hire from the service side that services the engineers use as users or operators. So life was going well. My recruiting firm I've had for 17 years. I actually am Canadian. I'm from Calgary. I live in Houston, Texas. I call it my home. I'm dual citizenship, and I specialize in cross-border recruiting with companies that have offices in Calgary and Houston. Life was going really, really well on December 18th of 2013, 14. Yeah, 14. It was Christmas time, and I was on my way to Cancun for vacation. From the recruiting side of my world, and I don't know if anybody out here has been in a hiring position where they have worked with an external recruiter, we work really hard on our side as well too. I had 4 job offers that were out to 4 executive positions in the total sum of $250,000. Offer letters were signed. I got on the plane to go to Mexico. I was happy. I get off the plane, and what is the first thing that most of us do when we get off the plane? We pull out our phone and we look to see is who's called us. I still haven't shut down yet in vacation mode. I'm in the airport and the email from the CEO of the organization says, I'm sorry, we're going to have to pull back on all offers. Because of the price of crude oil, we're actually going to stay in a pause mode. This is the beginning of my vacation. Big lump in my throat, and I slept for 5 days. I was numb. I decided to leave my phone in the safe. I didn't want to know anymore. Got back from vacation, and it actually continued. I'm sorry, we can't hire. I'm sorry, we can't hire. I'm sorry, we can't hire. I don't actually work with all companies and all people. I specialize in specific areas, and most of my business is referral-based. And all my referral-based customers, which are maybe some of 10 companies I recruit for, we're done. Does this sound familiar to some people? One day it's like this, the next day you wake up and you're done. You're done with what you were doing the day before. Yes? Yes, I understand. So I want you to know, not only job seekers or individuals in transition, also people on my side that run a small business in the industry of oil and gas have also suffered too. I didn't know what my new normal was. My identity as an executive recruiter has been that for over 20-some years. That's all I know. I was working with my business coach, and we were working on a session and my phone rang, and it was the CEO of an organization. I said, let me just take this call for a minute, excuse me. I don't know what the subject matter was, and I started to navigate in my laptop in front of me, and I hung up the phone, and my coach said to me, you need to teach people how to do what you just did on LinkedIn. And I went, what? Everybody knows how to use LinkedIn like that. So what I'm saying to all of you, there is this natural, normal gift that you all have that's really easy for you to do, that's outside of the identity of your career or something else that you do. Do you notice that sometimes you're the go-to person for a specific thing, or people keep asking you about a specific, and you just do it because it's easy for you? That's what LinkedIn is for me. And so I thought, you know what, let me start doing workshops. So for the last 2.5 years, monthly, I was conducting workshops for $19 for 4 hours, teaching people everything that I know about LinkedIn. This is the new normal of what my value was to me, and I was terrified of even charging people for something that was so easy for me to do. It started to escalate. I did it every month. Then I started having corporations call me and say, hey, can you come in here and teach our sales team how to actually optimize LinkedIn to grow leads? Recruiting teams, hey, can you show our recruiters how to do what you do as a recruiter? Individual corporate executives, I work one-to-one. And I teach them about effectively choosing the specific words and asking for what they want, and then showing them how to use those words to optimize and go in and go get what you want. Guess what? That's what I do as an executive recruiter. 100% of my business is using LinkedIn. I am a super user of LinkedIn, and I am an expert in LinkedIn as an executive recruiter. The key is action. As a headhunter, I don't sit and be static. I go out and I look for information, and how many people have received a message in LinkedIn from a recruiter? Right. And be honest, how many people actually respond? When you are employed. Yeah, that's what I thought. But now that you're in job transition, I'm going to promise you, those recruiters know who you are. They look at how you behave when you are employed and when you're not. The key is just to respond. Or, if it's not you, I'm telling you how to get on the good side of a recruiter, is to just respond to them and say, hey, you might want to try so-and-so. Currently, I'm looking to hire a global account manager for a oil and gas, petroleum economics, and reserves management software firm here in Houston. I reached out to a guy actually today. He's got that background for one of his competitors, and guess what he did? He sent me a message back, and he gave me 5 other LinkedIn profiles to go after. I will remember him when he needs my help. And I'm just being really, really honest and transparent with you to let you know how it happens. Right now, because I can't find everybody a job. I can't. But what I can do is I can show you, to get on this magic genie carpet ride with me, and I can show you the power of LinkedIn and how you can do some of the things that I do. Would you like to know more about that? All right, cool. So let's get started. Okay, so how do I do this? Page down? Page down, there we go, no? Yeah. There we go. Let's go to the next one. What'd you do? You just hit that there. Okay, so I want to thank the Society of Petroleum Engineers. I know this is all over the place. I'm going to give you a great place to also consider going to, where there's a large group of people. I have actually connected with a large group called Pay It Forward. Has anybody heard of Pay It Forward? Yeah. So I did actually a 3.5-hour workshop last Friday for 170 people. It was packed. And I also brought 5 of my recruiting friends with me. We had an executive recruiting panel of experts at the end to help job seekers. I would suggest they actually, really, really get yourself into some volunteering or not organizations like that so that you can help each other. But there's also where they're starting, they have a group page now on LinkedIn based on my recommendations saying, get a group page, get the members on there, as well as invite recruiters to be a part of that so that they actually can engage with the Pay Forward board members and actually update them on what their jobs are that they're looking for as well. So just something to consider. All right, so we're going to talk about the agenda today. So I'm going to actually start thinking about this. I'm going to actually use one person as a volunteer, and I am going to teach you an example of how to specifically ask for what you want. We're going to talk about obstacles and rejection. We're going to talk about LinkedIn statistics, LinkedIn subscriptions, the top 3 LinkedIn components, how to let executive recruiters or just recruiters know you're open in LinkedIn, call to action, and how you can stay connected with me.
Michelle, are you going to give us a copy of this presentation?
The copy of the presentation is going to be on the website.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So, question. How many people in here have a LinkedIn profile? How many people in here, keep your hands up. How many, everybody does good, that's a good thing. How many people use LinkedIn at least 15 minutes a day? How many people, since they've been in transition, have updated their LinkedIn profile? Okay. How many people know how to engage in action to go find a job using LinkedIn? Okay. That's normal, it's okay. I'm going to meet you right exactly where you're at, that's cool. All right, ask. Ask stands for A equals action or activity. S stands for say it, speak it out loud. K means keep it moving. Everything when you are in job transition or looking for a new career comes from you. Don't blame it on the recruiter because they didn't call you back. Don't blame it because the employer or the prospective employer that you interviewed with, you thought you had the job, you didn't get a thank you letter. You can't blame it. It's 100% accountability and responsibility of what happens with you. If you go to the gym and you want to lose weight or you want to get in shape, what do you have to do? Go what? Put work in, right? And if you don't go, and you don't even go to the gym at least 15 minutes a day, do you get any results? You might get a little bit, but you won't get the results that you want. I'll tell you something. When all of this happened for me, in the downturn in the oil and gas economy, that's when I stepped into this thing called salsa. There's other things that we do outside of, there's what we do that we always put a name tag on by title, which is called ego. I watch this happen every day because I look at resumes every day. I look at the job title, I look at this is the requirements, this is the type of education that we need. But what about who you are? What is the recipe of what makes you up, makes up all of you, right? So that's why in my intro, I not only talk about what I do, I talk about who I am. That is the ingredients of how I make my cake, which is called chutney. So what are you doing? And guess what? Interesting enough, I dance in a salsa team that are all engineers, and guess what they do? Hey, we're looking to hire Michelle. I don't really talk about her recruiting. There's other places that you can hang out in other circles that are outside of kind of what you're used to doing based on what you do. So, question. How many people here eat pizza? Yeah, okay. What kind of pizza do you like?
Everything.
Okay.
All
Okay, so if you were to order a pizza, who would you call?
Holiness.
Okay, you want to come up here? Will you be my volunteer? Perfect. What's your name?
Alex.
Alex. Michelle. Nice to meet you. ConocoPhillips in transition. Perfect. Okay. So Alex, do you eat pizza? Yes?
Yes.
So when you think of a pizza, and actually we're having pizza today for lunch, so who would you normally call or where would you normally go buy it from?
Usually Colina's.
Colina's. You like, anybody else like Colina's? Okay, cool. Don't know. And when you call Colina's, let's say you decide you're going to call Colina's. Tell me what kind of pizza you tell them you want.
Half margarita, half Alalisa.
Half margarita, half what?
Alalisa.
Alalisa.
Mona Lisa, Alalisa.
Mona Lisa, Alalisa is what to them?
It's kind of like a deluxe, but with jalapenos and black olives.
Jalapenos, black olives, must on your pizza. You love the jalapenos, black olives. What else is on pizza you love about it?
Tomatoes.
Tomatoes, what else?
Mozzarella cheese.
Mozzarella cheese. Okay, anything else? A thick crust, thin crust?
Thin crust.
Thin crust. Okay, perfect. So do you notice that when we order pizza, it's a very personal experience, but it's very specific? What if he took that, or you took that, and duplicated that into asking for what you want by identifying specific keywords and telling the universe exactly what you want? The reason why I say that is because this is what happens. What if you were to call Pizza Hut and said, hey, I'd like pizza? Pause. Okay, what is Pizza Hut going to say? Well, okay. But then what they do is that they deliver the pizza to you. You're at your door, knock, knock, knock. Here's the pizza. Here's your pizza, Alex. Okay, you open it up, check, right? What do you say? It's not what I ordered. It's not what I asked for. It's universal law. What specifically you ask for that comes out of your mouth is specifically what comes back. If you translate that into career, I'm going to tell you, as a recruiter, I still get these phone calls, and also on LinkedIn. Hi, Michelle. I need a job. I'm looking for anything. Can I help the person? No. You've got to be specific about what it is you want. Some people are like, well, I don't know what I want. Yes, you do, because I can pull it out of you. Because as a recruiter, if I'm going to interview you, first thing I say is tell me a little bit about your background. Where did you work? So we're going to do this with you. So, Alex, tell me a little bit about your background. Tell me what the last employer that is that you worked with.
Last employer I worked with was ConocoPhillips.
ConocoPhillips. What did you do at ConocoPhillips?
I was a completions engineer for the ship.
You were a completions engineer for Eagle Ford Shell. Now, I would ask as a recruiter, tell me what that means in your terms and in their terms.
So
let me stop a sec. Because we live in a world, when we speak, it's how the other person is listening and hears you, and then they start to interpret what they hear. Right? So I always ask as a recruiter, what does that mean in your company terms, and what does that mean for you? Because I get a lot of people say, I'm a reservoir engineer, I'm a petroleum engineer. I'm like, I still don't know what that means. I kind of have an idea what you do. But, okay, what specific areas? Eagle Ford Shale. Okay, was it simulation, stimulation? Was it reservoir characteristics? Was it petroleum, what was it? You gotta get specific with people so that how they hear you, they know how to help you. If you just say petroleum engineer, they're like, oh, okay, and then they just move on to the next thought, right? Okay, so completions engineer, Eagle Ford Shell, what does that mean?
I prepared procedures, job designs, and cost estimates for operations following the drilling phase to include well preparation, hydraulic fracturing, oil movement allowance.
Okay. So if I'm a general person talking to him, would I understand what he's telling me? If you're another engineer, maybe you kind of might have, but me, I'm really good at recruiting engineers, but I have no clue what that means. So, that's fine, thank you for telling me. And how long were you there for?
4 years in that position.
And what did you degree in?
Petroleum engineering,
Petroleum engineering, where'd you graduate?
University of Calgary.
Oh, golly, are you from Calgary? Oh, and then I just typed you, this is how, wow, this is awesome, yes, okay. So are you here to stay in Houston, or were you under a work visa? God bless you. Or did you get to keep your Canadian citizenship? Yeah, you did. Okay, that's perfect. So is this why you're here today, come up from Calgary?
Just in general.
Oh, okay, but just say yes. Okay, so how long have you been in transition?
6 months.
Okay, so tell me what type of activity you've been doing on your side to create network connections, collaborations in finding your next job.
I'm going to events like this with SPE, I'm going to pay it forward network.
Were you there at the workshop last Friday? You were there? Okay, so you know what I'm doing then. You're great. Okay, keep going.
I'm going to energy job search work teams, and other than that, trying to make people through and forward colleagues. I had contact with those and other companies.
Okay, so are you actively using?
Sorry.
Maybe if I bring that up, is that better? Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna help you then. Yep. Okay, just, I have to, okay. Test. I was like, wow, I'm loud. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot to project to the audience.
Okay, so then I'm gonna ask you a question. Here's what you have to think about when it comes to LinkedIn and when you're talking to people. You let people know briefly what it is that you do, but you let people know who you're looking to connect with, collaborate with, or network with based on what it is that you want. Does everybody in here want a new job? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, but that's very general, right? If you call me and said, "Hi, Michelle, I need a job." Okay, so I want you to start thinking about, in your terms and in the terms of your world of completion engineering, who are the type of people in the org chart that would, you want to get their attention, right? For them to want to have a conversation with you about your career. What are their job titles? What are they doing in your world, in your as an industry expert in your world?
So for me personally, that would be completion managers.
Okay, so I'll tell you why I say that, because if I'm a recruiter, I'm thinking about, if I want to help a completion engineer find a job, I have to think about who is the hiring contact. Not HR, not recruiters, okay? Yes, they're good gatekeepers, but you want to go all the way to the top, who's going to make the decision. So what are their titles? What are their positions? What is the name of the companies that they work at, right? Or what areas of departments are going to be in? So if I'm chasing and I want to represent him and test drive his background or resume, I'm going to go find the decision maker. So what do? So then I say, give me 2 or 3 companies that you would like to work for.
Oxy and Noble Energy.
Okay, anybody here from Oxy or Noble Energy? Because my goal is not only to help him, but help him connect. Does anybody know anybody in the completions group in Oxy or
Noble Energy?
Noble Energy. Okay, keep your hands up. Are you committed? Keep your hands up. Don't think about it, because everything is about helping somebody, because what you want, you have to do first to get back for you, then you get back. So are you willing to have a conversation with him afterwards to just help him make a connection? Yes? Okay. So you hear what I said. Thank you. So hear what I said. It's a connection, collaborator, network. When I'm going after business, I'm going to give you one sentence that I use when I set up an email or a message or email to a potential person that doesn't know who I am, that is a decision maker for whatever it is I'm looking for. In this case, it would be Alexander. So I say, Your name was brought to my attention as someone I should connect with. I am looking to, and you can say collaborate, connect, or network with completion managers at Oxy or Noble, as I am test driving and representing an applicant of mine by the name of Alexander, and I'll give his LinkedIn profile, and I'd say, would you be interested in guiding and directing him on networks, associations, or groups that he can connect with to enhance his knowledge in his career search? That was pretty good, wasn't it? Anybody report that? Do you notice nowhere, anywhere in there did I say he needs a job? Hire me to recruit him. I didn't say any of that. When you write, I'm telling you, I get a high response rate when I write, your name was brought to my attention as somebody I should connect with. And guess what happens? I get a response, and guess what's the first thing? What was the first thing that you think you'd ask if you got a message from me saying that?
Who told you?
Who told you? Yeah, that's the initial how you're listening or how you're reading. But guess what? I'm going to say the sentence again, and I want you to really pay attention to the words. Your name was brought to my attention as somebody I should connect with. Okay, I'm just going to tell you straight. His name was brought to my attention through LinkedIn, and I should connect with him. I didn't say somebody, an individual was given a name, a specific individual. I said your name was brought to my attention as someone I should connect with. LinkedIn brought it to my attention, and I want to connect with you. And I get that all the time. And I respond back, and then they laugh. And they go, yeah, you're right, it was LinkedIn, wasn't it? Yeah, I am on LinkedIn. And then I start to engage in conversation. So you can use that sentence when you're reaching out to prospective employers or the hiring decision makers. Sure, for recruiters as well too. Your name was brought to my attention. Don't give them everything. Let them come back and ask that question.
Okay, I got that. In the sense that your sentence was cleverly constructed. You did not say who.
No.
Okay.
No.
I got that. However, if the person you are saying doesn't completely get it and ask it back, but they are thinking that somebody known to them might have recommended, and once you reply, they might get disappointed.
No, they're not disappointed because I never gave any intention of a specific person's name or anything. It's the way they said that. When they pull up, I really get a high rate of that. So what I also normally do too, as a job seeker, don't just rely on your resume getting lost in the applicant tracking space of applying online. It does get lost. Find out the name of any of the recruiters' names by keyword searching in the word, what we call recruiters, they call a Boolean search, which is quote unquote. I would put, if you're quote unquote in a phrase or brackets, completion manager. This is LinkedIn search, completion manager, Noble, and then you have to put your geographic region, which is Houston. Watch all the results come up. Then I attack from there. Then you go in there and you start to look for higher job titles in that space. You can actually, through filtering, through advanced searches, you can also go get specific to skills. Eagle for shell would be another word that you could use. Specific software or hardware tools that you're using. Specific things that make you an expert at what you do. So you're narrowing it down. And then what happens also too, not only individual names or companies will pop up, but if you go and scroll down into the page, look who they're following, influencers, look at their group pages that they belong to as well, because group pages are places to have other discussions and conversations with members. First of all, everybody should be a member of the SPE's group page on LinkedIn. I mean, there's hundreds and thousands of members in that page that when you put your discussion in, what if you were to put looking to connect with completion managers at Noble or Oxy in Houston, if you have a specific geographic, in Houston, Texas, or wherever that is for you, that's all you put in a discussion in the group page. But you can also go, as you're a member of that group, you can go in and scroll and start looking for discussions around completion managers and finding out what they're talking about. Sometimes you don't have to say, hey, I'm looking for a job. You can answer a question for somebody in the discussion by commenting. Never like a comment. Like does not create a relationship. Commenting engages in conversation and it keeps it moving. Serve content and knowledge based on what you're an expert on. If you follow me, everybody should be connected with me on LinkedIn. I have a Radiant Company group page. I also share LinkedIn tips, 1-minute videos. Go to this place here, do this, do this, do that. I'm just sharing and serving content to help you, right? So does that make sense? Yes. So what you're going to do, and we're going to talk about the headline when we get there today, a little bit about that. You know where I'm going with this because you saw my workshop last week. That's what you put in your headline right now. Because then what you put in the headline, which is right underneath your name, most people put in title, and it's static. There's no action that's given to it. Hey, guess what? There's no right or wrong in LinkedIn. There's no good or bad. Everything is based on my opinion on what works for me as a super user. Would you agree to try it for 30 days and see if it works? Because I have had people, I have changed their career lives overnight, just like that by getting specific. I have a reserve engineering product manager that I dealt with, and we worked one-to-one together, and I said, tell me the companies you want to work for. Who do you want to collaborate or connect with? He said, well, I'm looking for product managers at Microsoft. He gave another company, AHA, Asana, another, I can't remember that. Anyways, the next day, he got an email or message on LinkedIn from the product manager actually at Microsoft and said, I see in your headline that you're actually looking to connect with, and I see some of your similarities in your background. I'd like to have a conversation with you. I'm dying to find out if anything has happened, if he's gotten actually a job out of that. So he's getting specific. So from career standpoint of what you want, and I teach entrepreneurs, small business owners, everybody, not just job seekers, how to ask for what they want. You can only ask for one thing at one time using the headline in LinkedIn. And then go change it. Use it, maybe put it in there for 7 days and then change it again. So I base mine on, if you go into my LinkedIn profile, you will see looking to connect with global account managers with petroleum economics, reserves management software in Houston, Texas. And I just get messages. That's how you can help yourself on LinkedIn. Does that make sense? And so you'll connect with these gentlemen over here, and the people put their hands up to see if they can give you some advice, and make sure you connect with them on LinkedIn. All right, Alexander, my fellow Canadian friend, thank you. All right, isn't that great? Yes, yes. Does that make sense? Does anybody want to take a stab and tell me what they want? Just sitting generally in the audience. Yes, what's your name?
Lisa Breslin.
Lisa Breslin, okay. What do you want?
I'm looking to be a learning management designer and manager, designing learning management systems.
Okay, so who would be your, do you want to do this in a corporation or do you want to consult it on your own?
I'm a little too scared to do it.
Okay, so corporation companies.
Yeah.
So who would be the person, if they were sitting in this room, I could snap my fingers and they pop up because you're going to have that conversation. Who's that person?
I would think it would be, in my last position, I did this in an HSE department. And then human resources kind of tagged on. I think in a normal environment, you would start in HR and.
So you're looking to connect with human resources and you said safety?
Well, that's what I did.
That's okay, I'm going to go with that. So would it be fair to say that you're looking to connect, collaborate, or network with human resources or safety professionals to discuss online
e-learning, design and
e-learning and instructional design?
Managing learning. So a person takes a class, they complete the class, you put that training history into a system. And you manage their training history, you project training that's due from that training history.
So what do you call that in your world, as a term in your world?
LMS, learning management.
Okay, so would it be fair to say to start as a conversation, you're looking to connect with human resources, or you say HR, because in the LinkedIn some ask statement, it's there's small characters you can only use. So looking to connect with HR/safety professionals to discuss learning management systems, or you can say instructional design, one or the other, in Houston, Texas. So that's your ask. That's one ask. And if you put that in your tagline, is there anybody in here that actually has connections to that space?
My wife is training development.
All right. So there you go. Here's the thing, people are afraid to ask. Because guess what, you already made up in your head what's going to be the answer? Yes? And you get really scared. Was that hard? No. All you gotta do is ask. If you just ask without worrying about the yes or no, but my job is I'm a great advocate to say, who do you know? Make sure you should connect on LinkedIn as well, because then you can get connected to his network. You've got a lot of people in this room that are willing to help, but you just have to ask. What happens is we have a lot of ego with the identity that we had, and we don't want to show up at events like this. Like as soon as I walked in with Susan, I said, what's happening? We need all these chairs filled. I want to help all these people. Is that okay?
6 months ago.
Pardon?
6 months ago, there was a lot more people here.
That's okay, it can increase, I promise you. So does it make sense?
I hope not.
But it's well, you know what, you're right. And so you'll all be sharing with me. Would you all just really think about, write it down what you want. Write things down what you want. And play with the words. I just gave you 2 exact examples, specific examples. They're now telling me what they want on their pizza. Because if you have that conversation with Scott, Scott is hearing you from saying, hi, I'm Alexander. And Scott, well, what do you do, Scott? You start talking. Alexander, what do you do? I'm a completions engineer or whatever. And you know what? I'm actually looking to connect with completion managers at Oxy or Noble in Houston, Texas. That's how you hear him. And then guess what? The head starts to spin. You go, you know what? I know somebody at Noble. I don't know if we get you, but that's how we behave as people. That's how I behave as a recruiter. I want to connect. I want to get you where you need to go, right? So does this make sense? Yes and yes? Okay. So here's how your answers come back. Me too. My ego gets really in my way, and I want something, and I want it to come exactly like that. Straight up, I want it there. My goal is to speak to 5,000 women, ride on a private jet, and go to Dubai, and teach them the power of their voice by asking. I will get there, but I'll get there this way, which is how your answers come for everybody. You'll get there through other people's ideas, other people's money, there's exchange of money somewhere, other people's network, other people's knowledge, and other people's time. So completions might be a little slow right now in the industry, but guess what? You can meet with the 3 people that put their hand up because you can network with them. Relationships are built. It takes time to build relationships, right? So you can meet them, so you're actually meeting them through time. They'll give you some knowledge, and eventually it can move into actually money, which is a job. But it may happen directly sometimes, and then maybe you have to go through all of these. Sometimes it's not going through the front door, it's going around. And we've got to go around and around, and this vicious psychotic conversation we have in our head, trust me, I've been there. There's days I don't want to get out of bed either. But I do this. This right here fills me up to know that I can share my knowledge with you. So, other people's ideas, other people's money, other people's network, other people's knowledge, other people's time. I want you to go to a website. Remember I talked about your biggest obstacle is rejection. What happens is how many people, what was going on in your head when I said I want to volunteer? I actually picked Alexander's volunteer. What was going on in your head? You're like, oh God, I know I saw her last week. I know what she's going to do. I got to be ready. I don't know. What were you thinking? In your head, not aloud. What were you thinking when I tried to ask you to come up here? If it's O-S-A, you know, that too.
No, I was just thinking this is a chance to say what I want.
Okay. What was everybody observing or thinking? I'm just, be honest with me. I want to know. There's a reason why I'm asking for this. Say it out loud. I don't care what you say. If you don't like my jacket, I'm fine.
Because I wouldn't want
You wouldn't want to what?
Thank goodness you wouldn't.
Thank goodness I didn't pick you. It's okay. The reason why I say that is because this is what happens and gets in the way is what goes on in here. Remember I talked about most people are afraid to ask for things or say what it is that they want, because we always make up the story and always put an assumption of what the outcome is going to be, and we talk ourselves out of it, and we don't do it. Can you imagine when I stepped into salsa with a bunch of people that are Latinos, that is in their blood? I am usually the sharpest tool in the room or at the front of the room teaching something that I know really, really well. I'm a singer. I sing for the NBA Houston Rockets. I'm used to being in the front where people are looking at me, and I'm standing in this room with these kids that are in their 20s and 30s, and I get on the dance floor, and I'm like, what the heck just happened here? Very uncomfortable. I got vertigo because I didn't know how to spin. I'm saying this because it taught me a lot of life lessons. And guess what? I just kept coming back, and I kept doing it, and I kept doing it. It blows my mind that I'm still a performer today, that I can do that. But I put myself in a really uncomfortable situation to learn about something. So I did it. There were some great conversations that went on. Go to this website, dearbuster.com. It'll move you into a website called rejectiontherapy.com. And this is actually a true story. This guy actually from Austin, Texas, and he was on TED Talk. Does anybody know about TED Talks? And he talked about actually coming to the United States, living the American dream, getting an American college education, and he wanted to work for Google. Guess what? It happened. He was miserable. Quit his job, and he got actually into speaking, talking about this. This is how this business was born. And what he did is he put together what is called a 100-day rejection challenge. And he said, I am every day for 100 days going to put out and ask for crazy things without worrying about yes or no. I'm just going to do it. Do you want to hear some of the crazy things that he did? He actually dressed up in a soccer uniform with a ball, and he knocked on the stranger's door and he said, hey, can I play soccer in your backyard? The guy said, okay, yeah, you can. He was blown away. He tells the story on his website. And he goes to the backyard and he said he starts kicking the ball around, and he's thinking to himself, oh my God, I don't even play soccer. So he's kicking the ball around the backyard, and 5 minutes later he picks it up and he goes to the guy and he said, hey, can you tell me why you let me play soccer in your backyard? The guy says, well, you look pretty innocent, and you're dressed in a soccer uniform, and you asked. So what would you think if that was you? You're standing at the end of this person's sidewalk, they're home, you don't know who they are. We start to have that, there's no way I can do that. They're actually going to call the police on me. You have this whole, all the story what happens. He did crazy things for 100 days like that every day. When he learned, he got yeses and nos. One actually, he stopped a cop. You know cops that have the speed guns where they're like, it looks like they're going to shoot you as you're driving in your car by them? He actually pulled in front of the guy and he had a cop and he said, hey, I always wanted to do that. He said, can I have a gun for the traffic light? And the cop said, yeah. He said, well, he took it even further. He said, you know what? I've always wanted to drive a cop car and go 150 miles an hour and turn the siren on. Can you do that? He goes, yeah, but I need to ride with you. He goes, okay, he got to do that.
Let's say this is.
Here, he's from Austin. He's from Austin, Texas. This is true. He talked about this in TED Talk, but his videos are on his website. What that taught him was just the power of asking without worrying about yes or no. That's why I get off your ask, ASK expert, because as a recruiter, I'm very bold. I will ask. I still get in the way of myself as well too, but I'm pretty bold and I will ask, and I'm surprised by what happens. So I suggest to you, continue to keep asking specifically for what you want on your pizza, and just ask. If you remember anything out of this today, get off your ask. Move your butt and get off your ask. Yes? Can you all do that? This is yes? Yes. Okay. Yes. All right, cool. I want to make sure you can do that. So go to that website. That's how you overcome rejection. All right, let me give you some statistics on LinkedIn. 460 million global users on LinkedIn. Actually, that's increasing every time I go and look. That's worldwide. That's a lot of people. 228 million in the U.S. 44% are females, 56 are males that use LinkedIn. Microsoft acquired LinkedIn for $26.2 billion in June of 2016. Interesting enough, as I was doing LinkedIn workshops and speaking about LinkedIn, I was speaking actually for Microsoft already before this happened. It's interesting how the universe divinely guides you where you need to go, and you have no clue. I had no idea why I was speaking on behalf of Microsoft. This happens, and now I'm actually a brand ambassador for Microsoft So I get involved and I speak a lot at their stores, and in the future we'll be speaking at their technology center. Did you guys know about the Microsoft Technology Center? It's actually, there's only 4, I believe, in the United States, 10 in the world. It's actually in City Center. They opened it about a year ago. So the Technology Center is more on the commercial side. The stores are the stores, but when I went in there and did a tour, I was blown away, because what they do is they build commercial architecting infrastructure for the large oil and gas companies, commercial. So they've got Shell, BP, and they're architecting, and you see the big screens and the boards like that. They help them with all that, putting all the hardware and software together with that, and partnering with them. It's an amazing. If you have an opportunity to actually see if you can go toward the center, I suggest that you do. 98% of recruiters use LinkedIn to vet candidates. Let me tell you something that all recruiters do. As soon as they get your resume, they go to your LinkedIn profile. Do you notice that such and such viewed your profile, and you're wondering why you're looking at it? So you better make sure that your resume is matching up to what's going on in your LinkedIn profile, because recruiters are using a platform in LinkedIn called LinkedIn Recruiter. It is not a monthly subscription. It is a whole different platform. Corporate recruiters and executive recruiters like myself, which are called third-party recruiters, are using these tools. And they get to find information about you.
I have a question, but normally we have to tailor our resume.
Yes?
Different positions.
Yeah.
And, if you have like much more experience than the way normally you selected, or like relevant experience. So
Well, whatever's on your resume is what you're using, is what you're actually going to have to put in your LinkedIn profile. So what I can say about this is when you're actually applying for a job into the job section in LinkedIn, okay, you're going to see a job pop up. One thing you want to pay attention to, they're going to give you insight analytics. They're going to sometimes tell you the recruiter that's posted that job, okay? And then they're going to tell you how many applicants applied for that job. Have you people seen that? Yeah? Okay. But do you notice over to the side of that, there's called you match 4 out of these 10 skills. If only 4 of your skills are highlighted and matched, don't go apply for the job just yet. Go back to your LinkedIn profile and add the 6 other skills that position is asking for, put it in your profile, come back and apply for the job so you match 10 out of 10 skills. It puts you higher up in the search results.
So you mean like everything in the general resume?
Yes, because LinkedIn is about completing your profile. I look for a picture, yes.
You repeat the question.
Okay, so she's just saying, you take your general resume and you update it and put it actually in your LinkedIn profile, even though you're saying if you have to customize your resume for different positions, yes?
Yes, that would be student, and normally I have to keep my resume within 2 pages. And
No, you don't have to do that. You've been told that. You don't have to do anything.
not according to the resume.
Yeah, so you gotta remember, LinkedIn is like a billboard. If that was your billboard that was sitting up on I-10, and everything that's in your LinkedIn profile is on there, you want to highlight yourself the best you can with as many words as you can. Because you've got to remember, the person on the other end, i.e. recruiters, hiring managers, and people who are researching you, you do not know what words they're looking for. Do you know how I get found as a recruiter? By the words cross-border, which is in my summary. Because what makes me unique as a recruiter is I handle cross-border recruiting challenges with the upstream oil and gas software industry between Calgary and Houston. That's what makes me unique. And I always ask, how did you find me? The words cross-border. So you don't know what the other person is keyword searching or looking for. That's why I say, make sure you put who you're looking to connect with in the statement, in the headline statement, as well as outlining everything about your skills. Now what happens in the summaries piece, I'm getting a little bit off because this is normally what happens. In the summary of your LinkedIn profile, that is the largest space in your LinkedIn profile that you can use to highlight yourself. You get to use 2,000 characters. Outline your core competencies, and then specialties is what you are as an expert, and then areas and keywords that you want to do more of. It's just a keyword in there because if someone is searching, you want your profile to pop up. The more complete your profile is, the higher amount of connections you have, the more skills that you have in there, the higher you show up in the search analytics. Do you notice when you search something, if I type in the word project manager in Houston, there's 20 pages. So How do you know to show up on the first page? By completing your profile, having a large number of connections, having recommendations, having all your skills. You can actually add 50 skills in your LinkedIn profile. Utilize everything to the max, because you don't know what the other person is looking for. When I view a profile, I immediately go look and go, oh, okay, you got a great headshot, okay. Oh, this is what they're looking for, great. Not everybody has my brand yet, but they will. Oh, this is what their summary is. It makes me want to know more about you. These people have taken the time. If there's no picture, I don't contact you.
Wow. I don't put
Picture, put your picture up in a professional picture. That's the way, that's how what recruiters are looking for. Check this out. Remember I said how many people use their LinkedIn profile 15 minutes a day? The average monthly time someone uses LinkedIn is 17 minutes a month. Do you think that actually I could be ready for a salsa performance if I practice 17 minutes in 1 month? Do you think I would actually get in shape or lose weight if I worked out of the gym 17 minutes a month? When you're trying something new, you have to give it a daily touch. You got to touch it daily. Start with 15 minutes because that's how you start to get familiar with LinkedIn. I'm not trained on by LinkedIn. I did it by doing it. That's how I became an expert at it. All right, we talked about your picture. Professional picture, not the picture of the car you just bought, the family wedding. One thing I can't get, let's say your profile's up there, Scott. What's your last name, Scott? Doyle. And Scott Doyle has a picture up there with him and 5 of his buddies. I don't know who Scott Doyle is. This LinkedIn is about you. Not pulling with your wife, your children. I respect it, that's fine, that's for Facebook. This is a professional business platform. It is like as soon as you log into LinkedIn, make it look like you're at the office. What would that look like at the office if it highlighted? If you walked in the door every day, boom! Scott Doyle has arrived, there's his LinkedIn profile. Alexander has arrived, boom! You want it to be professional so people perceive you as professional. That is what people are observing, especially recruiters or hiring managers. They're looking at these things and they're having conversations in their head and already making an opinion. So actually having a profile picture, you're 6 times more likely to receive a message. And then increasing your visibility and network with about 300. If you're like, I don't know, you can go look in your LinkedIn profile to see how many connections you have. Try to grow your connections by 500 increments. You're going, oh my gosh, how do I do that? Interesting. You go actually into My Network in your LinkedIn profile, to the left, in the new platform. You gotta remember, new platform just popped up with LinkedIn. A lot of people don't like it. I don't like it either. And on the side, it asks you to put your email address and sync your address books in your contacts with LinkedIn. You can actually go in there, it'll search your address book and sync all your contacts up, and boom, I've had people grow their network by 3,000 people just by 1 click. It sends them all an invitation out, saying you know all these people, but you don't know, you're not connected with them on LinkedIn, and it sends them an invite immediately. And your connections grow, because guess what? People need people on LinkedIn to make things happen. You need connections. Because guess what? If you share from me that you're actually going to actually do this, send me a message or send an article in your LinkedIn profile that you are looking to connect with completion managers at Noble or Oxy in Houston, Texas. Send it to me. I share the article and it goes to all my connections. And I have 3,000 connections. So you have to utilize other people's network to make this happen. It's not just about where you're at. Utilize the other people in that space. So if you want to increase your connections, keep getting the connections moving and keep getting them higher. All right, so you guys want some free stuff? Pull out your phones. I have a LinkedIn cheat sheet. Actually, some of you, if your provider doesn't have this, you may get a denied access. If not, send me a LinkedIn message and I'll just send you the cheat sheet, my Google Doc cheat sheet separately. But if you want a free cheat sheet, you can go on your phone and text 444. The number 444, this is a short code, not a phone number, 444-999, like you're sending someone a text message. Type in the word as one word in the box, the word cheat sheet. One word. Hit enter, like you're sending the text, and wait for the message to pop up. And it'll ask for your email, and then you'll get a copy of my LinkedIn cheat sheet, which talks about the 10 things that you need to know about your LinkedIn profile.
I would write this in like.
Yeah, you have to, right, you have to go back and make sure it stays as one word.
It has to be capitalized.
No, it's just one word.
Doesn't matter, but name goes afterwards. It's automatic.
Well, just move your name out. Can you automatically move your name out? Some people will get denied access because it has nothing to do with what this, it has to do with your provider. You probably are not allowed to accept short codes.
So you put the number and cheat sheet?
No, type the number like you're sending someone a number manually, a text message, and then in the body of the message, type in the word cheat sheet.
I'm asking people my email.
Yes, put your email in. So it's working for you, so put your email in and then send, and then the cheat sheet will pop up. Pardon me?
You're not on a matching keyboard.
It's separating it.
You can't, you gotta keep it as one word.
I put it together.
And did you hit enter?
And it asked for my email address, so I said.
Yeah, put your email in.
Yeah, I did.
Enter.
And then it came back and said, you cannot find a matching keyword. Please check the keyword and send it again.
That's weird.
Yeah. No, I got it.
That's weird. Okay, so what I'll do, I don't know why, but I'll send it to you. I'll post it on the website. Does yours work?
For me, it worked though, and I did not get the mail, but I got the another text.
Yeah, so click on that. You got the cheat sheet. Click on that link. Click the link. Click on it. And the Google Doc link will pop up. So some of you got it. Some of you didn't. Yeah. How are you doing? Reservoir engineer? Thanks for coming. Yeah. So we'll make sure the cheat sheet is on the website, Susan, yeah? Again, I'm dealing with, this is new. I'm going from manual automation. It's interesting, I had to upload, speaking of that, I had to upload my parking meter to say that to remind me that I'm running out of time via through an app. I'm like, everything is automated now. Like, wow. So, 44499, if you get a message, but like I said, we'll get it on the website as well for you too.
Sends it as a separate message from another
Yeah.
number.
Yeah.
And once you put it,
Yes, it sends it from a separate email number. Yes, correct. All right. So the number one investment tool for your LinkedIn profile, free will only get you so far using LinkedIn, especially in the new platform now. Free is, you're limited to certain features when you use LinkedIn for free. I would suggest, and let's just manifest it right now, that everybody in this room within the next 30 days is going to have a new job. Would you like that to happen? Okay, so why don't you just actually take advantage and try the free trial for 30 days on LinkedIn. You're going to have to ask for your credit card information, schedule yourself 5 days before your 30 days is up and cancel it. Because then you get to try out and test out the features, which means when you're searching, keyword searching, mostly in a free profile, in the LinkedIn profile now, you're only actually going to get results from your first level of connections. You can actually get results for 3 levels deep. So first level, 1-to-1, me and you. So then you know him. He's the second level and he knows him. That's the third level. But if you have free, I only get results from this 1-to-1. Also, too, you'll only get to see the last 5 people that viewed your profile if you have a free account. You also have very limited access to emails, sending emails out, so you have to use the connection button. And also in some of your searches, when they show up with the first name and the last initial. So if you really want to get on steroids and really use all the features and have the emails, actually the insight analytics also show up when you have a paid monthly subscription. So just try the free trial, because there's 2 different options. There's the monthly premium business plan for $59.99. Let's say you want to continue on, then it'll start charging your credit card after 30 days on a month-to-month basis. Or I'm on the executive plan for $99.99.
So what is extra including?
You can go actually into LinkedIn, into these areas, just go to the help center and type in monthly subscriptions, and it'll give you all the options of what they need. I'm just giving you a screenshot right now on it. But it's just, it checks off and tells you what all the different features you get when you buy a monthly subscription.
Meaning the question was for individual applicants, is it worthwhile to go executive or your recommendation is to seek premium?
Well, an individual, no, I'd say just the premium business for now. Just do the free trial and try it out. Yeah.
Earlier you mentioned LinkedIn
LinkedIn Recruiter was a different platform?
Yes, I'm going to explain that in a minute too, or the next slide. So this is good. Thank you for the question. Hold it for a second. All right, I'm going to tell you the top 3 components when somebody is searching, especially a recruiter. We live in a world of microwave society, drive-through society, short attention span. So boom, I get 300 to 500 resumes a day that I'm looking for. I don't have time to read everything. I'm looking for keywords that are going to grab my attention. When I go to LinkedIn, I open it up, I scan, I stop right underneath the summary. This is how LinkedIn shows up now. So do you notice the first 2 lines where it says summary? I'm going to suggest on the very top line of your summary, when you edit, put your email address and your phone number up there, because it shows up in the headline when your name pops up. So that is a great plus for a recruiter, because that means I can reach you immediately outside of LinkedIn. I can call you, I can text you, I can email you, and I can save myself paying for an email. You want to give recruiters an opportunity to get to you fast. And what I do is, if I saw your name up there with your email, your phone number, I would actually send you an email message being specific about what I want. I would text you and tell you, go to your LinkedIn message and look at it, because I want your attention. Our clients will want us to move fast as well too. But when I strike it now, and I want to talk to you. So make sure that's up there, because it tells recruiters, I'm open, contact me. So that's how it shows up, but we stop right there. If we don't see what we need, I move on. I make such quick decisions because I don't have time to look at it. And if I see enough in there that I'm looking for, then I open up your profile and I start to read your summary. Then I start to see your experience. Then we start to see, do we have a mutual? It makes me go in deeper with you. We talked about the professional headshot. Woo! There's 2 people's professional headshots right there. Ashish, and Ashish, and Susan. I think that's right. I actually, when we first connected on LinkedIn, I said, that's a really nice headshot. Marsha Hudson. So if you need a good headshot, Marsha Hudson actually is the one that did her headshot. Keyword searcher and find her on LinkedIn. You can find anybody on LinkedIn. Or talk to Susan afterwards. So adding professional pro photo 36 times more likely to receive a message, 14% increase that you will be found on LinkedIn. Want to test it out? Go to a website called photofeeler.com. I've done it myself. I took a fun headshot, and I took a serious business headshot. And I actually, if you go into Photo Feeler, you actually can grade. They give you a set of questions to ask and looking at people's photos. You can answer the questions and you can gain about 10 to 20 credits. When you get to that, then you can put your picture out and you'll get other people to read your picture as well. You'd be surprised how many people just judge you by looking at a picture. I'm going to be honest, I do it as a recruiter. I look to look professional, and I put it in front of my client. There's one guy that was, I don't know what he did. I wish I had the picture. He was wearing a huge ski mask with his hair all spiked up. I felt like he put his finger in an electric socket. And he was a CEO of a financial investment banking firm. And I'm going, this doesn't match for me. No way. That's a big, like that's how people in their head start to assume all these things. I'm not contacting. No. Here's a good headshot. She actually has her profile picture on there. It's in line. She's the founder, director, master injection artist for an anti-aging studio in Houston. Here's another good friend of mine. I believe she spoke here at the SPE, Terry Suffredini. She's an engineer coach. Really, really good profile headshot. All right, so we talked about the headline statement, the ask statement at the beginning about what Alexander wants and what he's looking for. Do you notice that underneath my name I have an ask in there? Looking to connect with global account managers with petroleum economics, reservoir oil, gas software experience in Houston, Texas. That's how I pop up. I actually even go in and keyword search and type in those words and my profile pops up.
How do you do the top one? Entrepreneur, recruiter, speaker, mentor, singer.
That is my banner. So when you have a paid subscription, not free, you can upload your logo, you can upload your company's logo, or you can upload a wallpaper related to kind of what you are in the background. So I have my company logo and my banner in the back.
I'm struggling with two things on this particular context. First one is the background for someone that is an individual, doesn't have a logo.
That's okay.
They don't have
Pick a wallpaper.
like a picture of a beautiful sky, Texas.
Yes, absolutely, you do that.
Sunrise up or
What is your experience? What's your background?
I'm in the executive corporate world and I'm doing consulting now.
Okay, you're not specific enough. Tell me what you want on your pizza.
Oil field services.
Okay.
And products manufactured.
Okay, so could you now maybe put some pictures of related around your industry in the background?
Good.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. And the second struggle that I have is when you say looking to connect with, and you're putting a person to connect with, I struggle to, who would be looking for that keyword of saying, all right, I'm looking to connect to CEOs to discuss strategy, right? That's it.
But that's too general.
Correct. So looking to connect to global account managers, I struggle with that.
Yeah, because you got to get specific about your word as who, if you're a consultant, you have to get specific about who your ideal customer is, what industry they're in, who is that decision maker that you're dealing with on the inside. Because collaborate, connect, or network with is not saying, come and get me, I want your business. That you're not saying that. And it also puts you into other people in that specific industry, into group pages where they're hanging out in, actually into their circles. If they connect with you as the network, then you can tap into their network. It just keeps the dialogue universally out there. Once you get it out, it's saying, I want that. Now let me go keyword search and find it. So it's a search and find. It's specifically getting out. I know that you want to find a job, but I want to know where you want to find a job. Who do you want to find a job with? Who do you want to talk to? Yes?
Yes.
We can talk more. You can hit me up on LinkedIn, okay?
How am I doing for time? Because I love to talk. Okay. So here's another gentleman that I worked with, Sergio Lopez. Sorry, I'm going, whoops. How do I go back, Susan? The other way? No? Page down? She's going to do it. I went too far ahead. Where do we want to go to? Go up? Keep going. Right that guy right there, yep. Perfect, thank you. So Sergio Lopez actually is in the Pay It Forward group, and I worked directly with him one-to-one, and we started to talk just like we were talking. He's going, yeah, but I'm a commercial strategy and a consultant, and we started to just talk. It's a conversation as a recruiter, and then I started to hear some of the things he wants. And I go, oh, so what you're trying to tell me is based on your industry experience, you're looking to connect with private equity firms in the Houston area. And he said, yeah. That's it. It's so simple. But we get so caught up in our head about how to construct those words. It's really simple. And when he was at the Pay It Forward workshop last Friday, and I used him as an example, and I asked if there were any private equity people in the room. He got 4 connections. And I said, then get their names and get with them on LinkedIn as well, right? Because what happens, actually, I don't take business cards. I lose them, and I can't remember who you are when I get home because I talk to so many people. I say, hit me up on LinkedIn and send me a message. Because that's always forever there, the contact and connection.
And what if the person you're talking to says, hit me up on LinkedIn? Neither one of you has a business card to remember you by.
Yeah, but you can do it right there on the spot. We have our phones, so we do it right there on the spot. Trust me, I'm unforgettable. You can hit me up on LinkedIn. Here's another individual that I worked with. I worked with a corporation in Brenham, Texas, an insurance company, and I worked with their social media and their recruiting team, and I taught them about how to use their headline statement and ideas of recruiting. So they're looking to connect with property claims field adjusters, and they're having a hard time recruiting out in that space out there. That's a long drive. So we got into that. We worked, and they actually have filled a lot more jobs doing this actually in the last 2 weeks. I just had a chat with her yesterday. So we talked about the summary. The summary is about, the summary is the largest space in your LinkedIn profile, and you can actually build the ingredients with 2,000 characters in the summary section. What I find when I look at people's summaries and I need more information on you as a recruiter, I see about 4 lines filled out. Use your accomplishments, your achievements, your core competencies, your skills that you have in your resume, and transfer that into your summary.
Here's an example of a summary. So you use the keywords to repeat. So this gentleman actually is one of the co-founders of Pay It Forward. I have such a high regard and respect for Brian. We've become really good friends, and we just kind of dialogue back and forth with each other because he's just such a great, he likes to do patents and invent new things, so I love getting into his mind. He has got a really, really good summary. If you actually hit him up on LinkedIn and look at his summary, he has written it exactly how I teach it. And if you look at it, you notice he's got his email address at the top. And then he goes into, I know you can't see much of it, 2 worlds, first achievement, he talks about his achievements, and then he has suggested leadership and titles, and he puts it in there. He gets into keyword filters all on the bottom. I'm going to share a trick with you. Some companies still do that, applicant tracking systems still do it, and some don't. The reason why he put that there, I did a workshop for their leadership team as well. When you're sending your resume in through an applicant tracking system, which goes through the system, of applying for a job online to a company. If there are keyword searches, look at the job description that you're applying for. And usually in the requirements, it has specific skills they're looking for. This is the mistake that happens, and I talk to people go, well, I looked at your resume, and we're looking for this, this, and this, and they say, well, I have that. I go, I don't see that on your resume. And I'm your Jerry McGuire. I'm your marketing agent. My job is to show them that you have it. So if you have a lot of different things coming back to customizing your resume, you can actually what are called white space your resume. So at the very bottom page of your resume or somewhere at the top, I see it in the bottom, type in core competencies of skills that are related to that job description, okay? Type them all at the bottom like Brian did here. You can hardly see them, but if you go to his LinkedIn profile, Brian Cho, at the bottom of his summary, he puts that in there, and then you actually font it as white. So it's invisible. So that when you apply, guess what? The applicant tracking system is recognizing your keywords as well. LinkedIn is the same way, but you still can pop it up in the summary.
So I'm hearing contradictory advice, not about the keywords itself, but specifically laying out. And
some people still do it. Everybody has an opinion on it.
That some of the applicant tracking systems are specifically geared towards if you use the whiteout, that it will kick you out of the system.
Some of them, yes, and they're getting smarter. Some of them still do it, some of them don't, so you're right. I'm just saying you can use it actually in your summary as well too. If you want to try it on your resume, you're more than welcome to. Some companies still do it. Not everybody has the applicant tracking system. Usually the bigger companies do, like your big super majors or your big independents, but if you're getting into smaller companies, they're not sophisticated enough to figure that out. But put it in your summary.
Why do you white it out?
Because you're hiding the words.
Why are you hiding the words?
But in a resume, if you're applying online with a resume, you can keep the words open on your summary. Just like I said, use Brian, go to Brian through your phone and LinkedIn, download the app, go to his profile, look how he did it. He said keyword filters. He's very smart, strategic how he set up his profile. Because again, it's saying, well, I don't have all these words in my LinkedIn profile, but I do, there's other keywords that, like, a project manager in another company can be called a program manager. An administrative assistant in another company can be called an executive assistant. A receptionist in another company will be called front desk attendant. Do you see what I'm saying? So you've got to kind of use all the, because when I'm looking and I'm keyword searching, I'm trying every keyword possible to find something that means that. Make sense? He's chosen not to get a job. He's working actually on something on his own. But if the right opportunity came along, he would definitely certainly be open to it. He's being very, very strategic about what he's asking for and what he wants.
What does PM mean?
Project management professional, so it's like a project management certification.
Is it good to put in a bunch of little RTA and things like that?
Yeah, you can put all of that in.
Just if they look those up.
Yes, because guess what, I'm a recruiter, I'm keyword searching now. What if my client comes to me and says, I'm looking for a reserves engineer who specifically is an expert in RTA.
So you put, like, could you put RTA and rate transfer
Yes,
analysis?
do both. Do both. Because they may, I try not to abbreviate. I'll abbreviate if I can because the rate transient analysis, I'm looking for those words, keywords. not abbreviations, but if I can't, so I go both ways. Nora said I gotta find different ways to find it. Sometimes people abbreviate the word engineering and just put the NGR. It just depends. That's why I say fill out your profile
completely in keywords. All right, here's another individual that, how do I go back? What did I do?
Do you have an up arrow?
Yeah, it doesn't work. Page up. No.
What about the up arrow? How about that?
Page down. I want to go back. Sorry, Susan, sorry. Just want to go back one. What did you just do? Did you
Just escaped.
Oh, okay.
You have no mouse.
So just go back up.
This one?
Yeah.
PowerPoint is not my specialty, it's talking. And speaking of that, this is one of my business partners that I represent. She actually is working with me on my presentations. I just got the presentation put together, video, mobile applications. She's doing all of my websites. She's just absolutely amazing and works with corporations as well as individual people. So she's looking to highlight me and make me a better professional and as what I do, but she's highlighted as well. If you look, she's got all of her specific background that she does in her business. She's got a similar background to you. She's learning management systems, e-commerce, e-learning, similar background. She's been doing this for her business for 22 years. And actually, believe it or not, I got introduced to her through Microsoft at an event. So you never know where you're going to meet these people. If you're looking for any of those things, go to design2train.com. You can check her out. All right, here's a section in your LinkedIn profile, and it's in the job section. When you go into the job section, this is a space where you can let recruiters know that you're open. How many people have used this? Okay, so you know what that is. So what it is, and I'll explain to you. Remember I said LinkedIn has what is called a recruiter LinkedIn platform. They have to buy into that. It's not a monthly subscription. So the corporate recruiting companies and then third-party recruiters, like myself, have an option to use a recruiter platform in LinkedIn. Now, when you go in there, you go into the job section, and you're going to scroll down just a little bit, and it says My Preferences. You're going to click on that, and it's going to take you into this screen. In this screen, you see the button on the top where it says Let Recruiters Know You're Open? Click on that to on. Now, even if you are currently employed, and you're looking, and your current employer uses the recruiter platform, it will not notify those recruiters and let them know you're looking. You can also go to the bottom where it says share your profile. You want to share your profile as open as well to your people, let them know you're looking. You can do that and turn it on. But you have to fill out all the information in there that it asks you to fill out. Because when recruiters are looking for the recruiting platform, you see the jobs that are posted in LinkedIn, you're using the recruiter platform to post those jobs. And that's how they find their candidates, through that platform. So let them know you're open. Also, too, recruiters in the recruiting platform have another option where actually we can get everybody's email addresses as well. Because we look for email addresses when we're headhunting.
In the title portion there, do you know if you can freeform title?
Yes, yes. You can put whatever titles you want. See it says add title to the side there? You can add whatever you want.
In share your profile, will all my contacts know that I am looking for a job?
No, no.
What does that mean?
No, you're just, it says increase your chances of getting viewed by sharing your full profile with the job, what does that say?
Poster.
Job poster, when you're on LinkedIn, I can't read that. Or LinkedIn to apply. So basically you're just making yourself open, more open to the LinkedIn community, your LinkedIn connections in your community.
But when you click on apply for this job, client at that moment doesn't share your profile with the recruiter.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so we're coming to an end. So here's your call to action. Write an ask statement. Or just play with words and write down all the things I want. Who do you want? What do you want? What do you want on your pizza when it comes to career? Write a couple of them. There's more than one. We all want things, right? Write it down. Write what kind of job you want, what kind of person you want to connect with, who do you want to collaborate with. Oh, escape. I'm just going to go right there. Choose a professional headshot, write a summary, and use LinkedIn 15 minutes a day. Can you do that? That's the only way you're going to figure out. It's like my salsa choreographer says, do the spin. Yikes. So I want to share something with you. This is my friend Harriet. This is how you continue to stay connected with me. But Harriet actually has a really interesting story about LinkedIn. She actually met somebody on LinkedIn, and now they're in a really serious relationship, and his name is Herman. It started actually as a business transaction, but I had to put Harriet up there because magic can happen not just from business when you connect with people who are like-minded. Would you like to meet the person she met? His name is Herman. And that's all, folks. That is her new husband, named Herman. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Awesome presentation. I'm sure you guys have questions.
Yeah.
But our pizza's here, and so let's maybe just make it casual and ask the questions as people are getting pizza, and she can answer.
Do you want me to leave my mic on?
Yeah, I think everybody in the group wants to hear, but if you're hungry, let's go ahead and start getting pizza and ask the questions at the same time. And I'm going to give you our certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
There will be a donation made in your honor to the scholarship.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
My microphone's hanging. Thank you.
Great information.
It's tangled up in my microphone
So
here.
don't be shy about the pizza, and let's give the microphone to the question askers. Let's see.
I'm going to button my shirt back up here.
Here it is.
Michelle, when you put an ask statement, in place, what triggers the world that you're asking? Does someone have to go search?
Yeah, it's the keyword search. It's for the search. It's for the reason of the searcher.
Okay.
So, but it's also for the reason of you drawing that back to you.
Is it still true that when you make a change to your profile, that it mass sends out all your contacts updates? If you make an update to your profile, does it still send mass communication or alert everything?
Yeah, because in your connections. So you want to keep your connections, you're going to find your network always on. Because you're using your connections to help you as well too. But not only can you use that ask statement, but also that ask statement in the pages. Because that's also because the interface SPE has a little you put that in as an ask. I'm Scott Doyle, I'm the actual collaborator connected for that AP, right? And XYZ company who we work with, and it's also a as well. So you're using what's collaborative. Not just ask is the title on the inquiry. Use paper is the title to make the conflict.
It just seems to me like it's that more of a challenge is to erase the first 20 years.
Well, you're not raising it. There's some parts that are off of that.
Well, I know. In fact, I have this idea.
So what do you want?
I had this one over here, but I'm not sure if it's because the people usually bring their own. We had one over here, a big one. Where is that?
I don't see it.
Let me.
No big deal, it's not here.
Yeah. Yeah, try to be the light.
Okay. So we have to be thinking about what you're hearing for access. What?
Engineering of asset management.
Yes, what does that mean?
Manage oil and gas properties. Build values.
valuing energy, why do you get 5%? But that's what I do as a manager.
I want to have a remote, so if you want, I can put your slide.
Check out.
I'll just set it up here so I can do it from, well, I'll be walking around and stuff.
I'd be happy to, if you can't get back to the room, just yell.
I'll set it up here so I can do it. What time do you want to start? Susan?
Oh, 10 minutes.
So you could just say, as a startup, next, startup, gas companies. But say, someone looking at the sanctions, ask them, say that. But if someone called you, they've got it out there, right? Then they're gonna ask you, tell me what you somebody, what competency around
I just got, I got the job done. I got the job. I got.
And did you say still failed that?
No, this is everything. 7 months.
So then.
Engineer, everything, job took, size perfectly well. I did everything involved.
So guess what? I know Michigan. I know Michigan. No, I know, she just told me I know Michigan. You're a journeyman, you're a petroleum engineer, because a big fish in a small pond, you want to take the process from beginning to end. That's what you do. But write your story in the summary as that. You're there, you're getting there. Go Google. I mean, start off with that's how I find out.
It seems like it's just one excuse.
Well, it's not an excuse because as a headhunter, that's how I.
But I manage properties that were just sold 60 years ago.
Right.
But I didn't do it for private equity.
Right.
So, because it wasn't part of private equity.
But you can still connect with small startups, find out who startups, start small and start inside. Yeah. Steve, yeah, what do you think about it? Right, I mean, it can get really boring, finding a job, very frustrating. And there's a lot of involved with it. Just having patient and a person who works with you. Well, it's in the summer. Okay, summer is duplicating what's on your resume. So talk about your accomplishments, your achievements, your expertise, your specialties. Go go to Brian Cho's profile and look at his profile. Yeah, just put it like the guy that had Brian Cho. Just go onto his profile and look at something. Because it's like that, it's very general, because you can do so many different things. What's your background? Oh, you are? Yeah, because Schlumberger does that big rotation. Yeah. Which division? Yeah, no, that's very well. I know them very well. Well, I used to be around and I just hired a lot of engineers. Yeah. How? Yeah. But your core competency is something like artificial lift, water line, OS. But you gotta put it in there. When I was looking for finance accounting, I just found what that's or was the management or whatever that was. I had to find it and it's somewhere. Well, you can add them as skills, in your profile as well. Got the blind motion check. Exactly. There might be components of how you want to see what that was. Right. No. You just got everything skill set and you put skills in there from skills. You show your network on. It's in the button. It's well, yes, that one, and then in your whole profile page, it tells you on your network. Not when you're doing that. Like when I do workshops, I turn my fire network off because everybody can be notified. Yeah, turn it off. Yeah. Best of luck to you. All right, thanks. I don't know, I'm just actually looking to work more with corporate companies, sales, engineering, recruiting teams, just to teach them this. Yeah. Thank you, somebody. Yeah, what did you want about this? I'm gonna get pizza now. You call me. All right, we're gonna get started, guys.
And when I first started, I'm looking at my resume. My opinion is. Now you can see all that stuff. Slowly get things So there's still yeah. Make sure it's on.
Can I get everyone to come back to their seats, please? We've got one more speaker.
I'm just glad I was waiting.
Test.
Really.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear that. All right, let me. Okay, our third speaker today is sorry, you're not Michelle.
Michelle.
Okay, so our third speaker is Dr. Roger Height. He has over 40 years experience in petroleum engineering in a wide variety of areas, including reservoir, enhanced oil recovery, information technology, and profitability analysis. He's worked with every discipline in the industry, from geophysics to civil engineering, both onshore and offshore. Roger is the SPE Gulf Coast North America Regional Director and is an SPE Distinguished Member. The title of his presentation today is The Role of Oil and Gas in the Next 100 Years. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Roger Height.
This doesn't sound very good. Is it okay? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to try to walk around a little bit. Okay, well, I was asked to give this talk to a group of students last month, and the North American students symposium.
It's on, it's just not picking up.
Okay, I still like it.
On.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, now I can hear it.
Is that
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll try to talk from up here too. And I can use my arms to choose them. Anyway, I had a chance to share this with you folks. I'm glad to do that. So the students were very concerned, I think, about their careers. They're just getting out of school and they don't know if the oil industry is going to be around when they complete their careers. So I think for the members in transition, you're very interested in making decisions about next jobs. Some of you are considering leading the upstream oil and gas industry. So I think the information may be valuable to you as well. So bottom line is they're going to see that the industry is going to be around for quite a while. It's going to be very, very robust. So I'm going to talk about, in order to talk about the future, we need to look at the past. So I'm going to look at the last 100 years first, and then talk a little bit about the art of forecasting, and then talk about what the energy industry is going to be like for the next 100 years, and draw some conclusions. So before we start to forecast, let's follow a little backwards, so the last 100 years. So these guys were around about 1970, 100 years ago. They're a couple of geologists, and so you'll note that they're in California. You'll notice that they've been to a lot of safety seminars. They're very well clothed and protected. They have boots on to protect themselves from cactus and rattlesnakes. And they have long sleeve shirts on, hats to protect themselves from the sun. So if any of you need something for a safety moment, they have their own in the slide. We can use it to show what these guys are doing in 1917. So if we had asked these guys in 1917 what the world would be like 100 years from now, what do you think they would have said? Probably would have had no idea whatsoever what has happened in the last 100 years. So we're going to go through and look at some of the changes that have happened in the last 100 years. So the first thing I came across is electric logs. These are something we use all the time. The first electric log was run in 1927 in France. And the first one in the United States was 1929. This happens to be a logging truck, Schlumberger logging truck from 1933. So it's of course, electric logging is something we all rely on, but that's, a relatively recent discovery. Another thing, in 1925, the bean pump was invented. This is something we use all the time too. Before that, we had jack lines running around the country. We had a central motor somewhere and put cables running around the country through pulleys and so forth, operating run pumps for that. So this is a staple of our business since 1925. Whoops, I kind of like, oh my. I need a, stop it. We'll start over here. Bean pump, yeah. This one I kind of like is a picture of a core lab in 1936. Kind kind of looks like a vintage, I think. We are not doing well with technology here. Jeez. How do I stop this automatic? This is all really fast. See if we can keep up. Yeah, see if I can keep up. All right. Core Labs.
Is that where you want to be?
Yeah, that's fine. Anywhere there, just so it didn't advance automatically.
Okay. Just give me a wink and I'll move it for you.
Anyway, 1936 was Core Lab Laboratories, and they invented at that time a lot of the core analysis techniques that we use today. So a lot of this stuff dates back to the 1930s. Next slide. We all know about computer development. That's a big thing. This is ENIAC, which was, they began to build in 1943. 3 years later, they completed it, and it weighed almost 50 tons. But this was really the first of the digital computers. And my goodness, what they were saying in our lives. But some of the other technology has been developed in the last 100 years. Controlled directional drilling started in 1929. Tricone roller bit 1933. Now, rotary rigs go back to started in the previous century, so they were around in 1900. Before that, cables were drilling. But so rotary rigs were around at that time, but the tricone, and before that, there were a number of tools that were used in a lot of drill streams. But one was I guess it's a bicone bit, but this was the first tricone bit in 1933. Horizontal wheel bearing, hydraulic fracturing, both in the 40s. This is kind of interesting because those are the foundation technologies that tied all of the boom that we just had. And these things were first done 50, 60 years ago. So it took a while for that technology to catch on. So next one. 1949 was the first offshore drilling. 1954 was a jackup drilling rig. 1958 was the first purpose-built pipeline running vessel that was put to use. 1961 was subsea wells. 1962 is semi-submersible drilling rig. In 1966, the DDT logger, something we use all the time. Oil sands production began in 1967. Bright spot technology began in 1970s, also a fundamental part of our exploration business these days. This is fascinating to me that 1971, it's not that long ago, was the first time people used this combination drilling tool, which is a Cavalry SP resisted caliper. And caliper log. So 1971, not that long ago, and yet we do that all the time. Hard to think about these days. PDC bits, 1972. Next one. Blood pulse telemetry, 1972. Measurement while drilling, 78. ESP, electric submersible pumps, which worked in 1980. 3D sighting began around 1982. It was the very first processing. Next slide. Logging while drilling began in 83. Steerable drilling in 84. 4D seismic began in 1994. Just remember that, first time that came. Okay, next one. Subsea salt development began in 1997. 2001 was the subsea Christmas tree. 2011 there was a milestone. This is not a convention, but a milestone. Longest extended reach well was 40,000 feet from Sakhalin Island in Russia. So what you see when you go through all this is all the stuff we use today that we think of as just natural. We don't think about it. It was all invented in the last 100 years. So it's pretty amazing. So what's the next number here? We'll talk about that. This shows the U.S. energy consumption in the United States. Go to the next one, please. So in 1950 to 2009, this shows the growth in petroleum and natural gas. A big change during that time frame. The 20th century, after all, was really the century of petroleum. Before that, there was very little. It really started during 1900 and the growth of petroleum and natural gas, oil and natural gas, and we catch on that decline in the 20th century. a lot of other things are up as well, but petroleum and natural gas will be paid during the time frame next place. And during this time frame, the percent of coal, gas, and coal, gas, and oil stay about the same. They stay about 60% during all this time frame. The percentages are about the same. Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about the art forecasting. So next slide. I think the people who are specialists in this draw a distinction between prediction and forecast. And most of us, that's not a part of our vocabulary, but they do make this distinction. So predictions are made in an environment with little uncertainty. So you kind of know what's going to happen in the future. We usually don't live in that kind of world. We live in a world of uncertainty. And don't really know what's going to happen in the future. So that's where you make forecasts. Usually several forecasts, different scenarios. And then hopefully with bracket range of uncertainty. I have a very small yard that has a number of oak trees in it. Oak trees have been around longer than I've been in my current house, so they're probably 50 or 60 years old. So for 50 or 60 years old, they started out as an acre, small tree, bigger tree, bigger tree. Lasted for a long time, so I think you can kind of predict what's going to happen to the oak tree. It's going to keep getting bigger, it's going to develop a path pretty well. Not much affects it as long as you don't have a drought or something like that. So one day, my wife and I were somewhere else, and the neighbors called us and said, guess what? Your oak tree fell down. So when you're doing forecasting or predictions, that's one thing you have to keep in mind. There's surprises that happen. The thing you'd like to know most about an oak tree is when it's going to fall down. But I don't need to know what's going to be an inch taller next year. I want to know when it falls down. And I don't want to know the year or the month or the minute. I want to know the minute it falls down. Because that's a very important minute. And most forecasts or predictions don't include those kinds of surprises. Like there was an oak tree that fell down, actually fell on somebody. And he still was in the picture. Probably lost. That happened about a half block from my house. So let's get your attention. We'd really like to know when these surprises are going to happen. The kind of time we go through this, we're talking about falling oak trees. Very, very important, unpredictable, surprising events that happen to us. Now, one thing about forecasts is they're not for sure. They're based on what's happening, what's going on in our lives. You may take the best forecast of what's going to happen in the future, but they are still uncertain. And so if you're using a forecast, you should be a participant, a consumer, but also a challenger. You should be challenging and critical about the forecast. So please keep that in mind too. Next slide. And one of the things that forecasts will do is create a cone of uncertainty. This will tell you what the range of things are. So a good cone of uncertainty for me is a prediction of a hurricane. I like this one because this hurricane is going up to the East Coast, and as a resident of the Gulf Coast, Houston, I can say, well, I'm not going to worry about this hurricane. It's not likely to get into the Gulf of Mexico. Very unlikely. So I can go on the sleep night and not watch the news and not worry about where these hurricanes are going. Now, if I were on the North Carolina Outer Banks, I'd have a wholly different, I'd be a little bit concerned, probably didn't really, just in case. So this cone of uncertainty is very valuable. It allows you to use your intuition to decide if you need to do anything or what decision you need to make. So again, you have a cone of uncertainty about the oak tree would probably be very narrow. And but one day it's going to fall down. So one day it's going to surprise you. And so even with a cone of uncertainty like this, you still need to apply your judgment, your intuition. It tells you what you should know, the range of knowledge, but it's up to you to decide whether that's important or what decisions you should make. Now, for our case, we're going to get forecasting from the International Energy Agency, which is headquartered in Paris, and from the Energy Information Administration, which is a part of the U.S. Department of Energy. Both have very similar forecasts or thoughts on range. So look at that as we go along. Can I keep going? The Energy Information Agency published a World Energy Outlook. It was in November of last year. It's quite recent. It includes the results of the Paris Accord, which are kind of of interest to us all. By the way, every forecaster has a bias. We all have biases. We have different life experiences and therefore different outlooks and different prejudices. So when you look at a forecast, you've got to always wonder what's the bias of the person making the forecast. So these people are probably biased in the direction of stop global warming. And but I've read their report and I find it very, very objective. So I kind of understand their bias and where they're coming from. I also came to the conclusion they're very, very well-rounded and objective about it. And so I have a lot of confidence in what they put together. But they see this as the Paris Accords, the opportunity to put together a very different picture of our energy future. And they want to be very much be a part of it. They see themselves as playing a role in clean energy. So for them, this is a very important thing. This World Energy Outlook does not resolve the CO2 emissions problem, but it keeps global temperature below 2 less than 2 degrees from where it has been. But one of the things that I find comforting about this is they do clearly see a place for oil and gas in the future. So if we're concerned about upstream oil and gas going away, this is World Energy. This is the International Energy Agency said we're going to be a local demand for oil and gas for the next 25 years, which is all we can be concerned about. Well, they put together 3 scenarios. One is the current policy scenario. This is kind of business as usual, using the policies and procedures that are in place today. The next scenario is called the new policy scenario, which includes the changes that were adopted in the Paris Accords last year. So it involves a little bit more aggressive approach to emissions. And the third scenario is called the 450 scenario. 450 refers to the CO2 concentration. So the first 2 scenarios are based on policies that countries have adopted. The third one is different. It has an objective of keeping CO2 concentration down to 250, and it's designed to keep the temperature really too hot. So those are very different scenarios. Next one. The interesting thing about it is the pledges made in the Paris Agreement do not peak oil demand by 2040, so it continues to go up. It obviously makes a difference. They get concerned about the oil supply. They have noted that last few years the investment in conventional oil and gas is way down because of the oil price, and they're very concerned about that continuing. If that goes on too long, we'll wind up with a shortage of oil and gas when the very unstable oil prices. So that's something we're very concerned about. But they point out that investment in oil and gas remains an essential component of the orderly transition to a low carbon future. That's their statement. So again, oil and gas is going to play a important role in the future in their view. Okay. Gas demand is actually during this time frame, I'll show you that coal demand goes down, oil goes up slightly, natural gas goes up quite a bit. So they're relying on clean natural gas as the critical fuel for the future. As the fraction of consumption goes up quite a bit during this time frame. Natural gas is a very good clean place for fuel, which makes it very desirable. Okay. So here's the 3 forecasts they have. The yellow line is the gross domestic product. It's the same in all 3 cases. The blue line is the total primary energy demand. The central one there is the current policies. That's business as usual. And you can see that energy demand goes up. 200 refers to 200% of what it was in 2000. CO2 production also goes up. The new policy scenario, which is includes the Paris Accord, has a little bit lower global energy demand, not quite as high. CO2 is somewhat depressed. Even when you get to the fourth scenario, which is more rigorous one, designing to get the CO2 concentration down, the energy demand stays about flat. It doesn't really go away, it stays about flat. And of course, the CO2 concentration goes down quite a bit. One of the things they note is there tends to be a decoupling in the last few years between GDP and CO2 emissions. So they take them apart from that. And I think that's because of more renewable energy in our energy mix now, so that keeps the energy level, the energy production high level, but the CO2 emissions are somewhat lower. Next slide. This just shows that the increase in world energy demand is going up, but it's not because of the United States. The yellow line and orange line is the United States, which is pretty flat at this time frame. With the purple line, the trade line is from non-OECD countries, and their demand is going quite a bit. Most of that's India, but some of it's China and other countries like that. Okay. This gives you definition by of the world energy demand by fuel type, and I think we've kind of seen all that. But the biggest growth rate is in the other renewables, of course, and it goes at a faster growth rate. But you can see even in 2040, it's still a pretty small fraction of the total. It's say 1 billion tons of oil equivalent out of about 18. So I'm not sure what 1 over 18 is, but that's a little bit more than 5%. So even in 2040, it's still a pretty small part of the total. Oil and gas, oil remains fairly constant during this time frame, but still is a major player. So this is in the new policy scenario, out of the middle scenario. Okay, next slide. So I wanted to point out that the fraction of oil, gas, and coal go from 81% in 2014, and it goes down to 74% in 2040, but it's still pretty high. So again, conventional oil, gas, and coal plays an important role. Fraction of oil and gas goes from 52 to 51%, so the fraction doesn't change much at all. It's still plays an important role. Okay. That's a graph of the same thing we just saw. So let's skip that for the next one. Now here's our cone of uncertainty for global oil demand. So the high one is the red one here is the current policies. And the blue one there is the new policies of the Paris Accord. And the 450 case is the partial design of CO2 concentrations down. So I think for all of us, the thing that's interesting about this is meeting how the worst case for our business and the best case for people. Environment, at any rate, the lowest case is still pretty robust. So if you worry about a job and what you want in the gas industry, it says they're going to be around and be playing an important role for the next 25 years. We got around sure how much. This doesn't go to zero, which is what we can't do all. We're concerned about listening to decarbonization advocates. They want to get what out of it is kind of zero CO2 emissions. So, but the International Energy Agency doesn't see that as a practical for it. So we remain in business for during this time frame. Oil price is another matter. It can bounce around quite a bit. But the worst case there is about $70 a barrel in 2040, and best is $149. So I think one of the things everybody's concerned about, I think one of the conclusions of this is oil and gas production are going to be around for a long time. The crude prices and gas prices will probably continue with electricity. Global oil demand, again, the same kind of picture we saw before. The oil demand in the United States goes down during this time frame, but the rest of the world makes up for that. So there's an increase in oil in this time goes on. They have a list of resources, the message from this is there are a lot of resources for oil, no shortage of resources. Next one. Here's the global gas demand, and same kind of picture. So this again, if you're going with uncertainty, but no matter what scenario you choose, there's still a big demand for gas worldwide. So gas production is kind of an important part of our future. Resources are plentiful. So, okay, and they've gone through categories. Okay, now here's the oil price forecast. This is not by the Society of Petroleum Economic Engineers. SPE-GCS. It's a very good group of people, and they ask their members to develop a composite crude price forecast every year, and they're very good at this. So, but this shows the black line, of course, is the actual crude price over time, and the colored lines represent the forecast over time. So I can draw 3 conclusions from this. First is, if you're doing a forecast, the next year the forecast is going to be right at the current price. That makes sense. Second is, the crude price forecasts generally go up. Not always, but generally go up. The reason is we're a very optimistic business. We always think tomorrow's going to be better today. So crude price forecasts tend to go up. The third thing you observe about these forecasts is they're almost always wrong. Seldom do we get right, or maybe almost never. So you can kind of say these guys in 2008 didn't do too bad for a while. And I think the guys who did this forecast in 2015 are not too far off. We're running about $50, $55 a barrel right now in 2017. So we're a little below that line, but not too bad. But the thing you observe is these forecasts are always wrong. One of the things I never describe as crude price forecast. I know they're right. They're just never wrong. So they don't do that. And they have to look at the range of uncertainties. Okay. Now looking at the Energy Information Agency, this is now from U.S. perspective, not an international perspective. So Energy Information Agency has total energy production in the United States, and they have various scenarios they look at: high price, low price, good economic growth, low economic growth. All of them look pretty optimistic, I would say. So the production stays the same or goes up a little bit over time. So again, we have that's their form of uncertainty, which looks to me like our business has been pretty healthy for some time. Excellent. This shows the energy production in the United States by fuel type. What's impressive is that natural gas is going up quite a lot over time for obvious reasons. Crude oil is at least condensate is fairly flat. Coal is obviously going down over time. Other renewables are coming along doing well, but still remaining a very small part of the total. Okay. This is an interesting slide to me. It's a really surprising slide. This says that the U.S. has a chance of being the net exporter of energy for too long. I recall that all the campaigns, presidential campaigns I've been aware of, every presidential candidate has said he would cause the U.S. to become energy independent. So those promises went the way of simply got elected that rebel promise. And of course, it was never a possibility. But with the high oil revolution, there's a chance that we could become energy independent country in the not too distant future, depending on which scenario we look at. So that's kind of encouraging. Excellent. Now here's the energy prices according to Energy Information Administration. They have an even wider cone than certain international groups do. So the oil price should go from, they say, something like 40 to up 225 on the barrel. That's a huge range. I think they realize that crude price forecasts tend to be wrong, and and they bounce around a lot. That's what the range shows here. I think if you're trying to look for investment money in the oil and gas business, the investor community usually wants to look at the low price scenario because it's more secure and less risky. So it's pretty hard to justify a lot of projects based on that low price scenario. So if that's all you do, I have a problem with that, because if that's all you do, you miss the opportunity. Because there's a huge opportunity if low prices go. That's the middle case, $100 a barrel or $2.25 makes a big difference. My thinking is you need to look at all three. What happens if the minimum price comes fast? What happens if the high price comes fast? Because probably going to be somewhere in between. If you're too pessimistic, you miss opportunity. You know, if you're optimistic, you get serious financial trouble. Same thing true on the natural gas price. You're issuing $3.5 to $10 MCF in this time. So, again, oil production in the United States either remains flat or declines slightly or increases sharply. So I'm sure where it's going to head. But in the case it looks like we're in a pretty robust future for same with natural gas production. So, again, we have a good future for the next one. Now, see, Scott Tinker is supposed to be here today, saying here today. This is one reason here. But anyway, he has a very good DVD on the energy outlook. It's something called Switch from Scott Tinker. And he made a very good DVD. I recommend good energy if you want to know more about this. In the future. So it's available on Amazon for reasonable prices. Looking at this next time. So conclusions. First is, if we look back, much of what we use today is standard stuff that was redeveloped in the next 100 years. So what's the next 100 years going to be like? I think we probably don't really have any clue. You can start to guess about some things that are maybe on the horizon, like autonomous vehicles, drones flying around, lots of artificial intelligence, automation. I can imagine in 100 years from now, we'll have automated drilling rigs. You get on the internet, contact your drilling rig, drilling rig, and you want to go to a certain longitude, drill a well with these specifications and all of them down. So we can do 100 years and who knows? But I think it will be very different from what we have today. So the history says that will be the case. There are various forms of uncertainty which kind of focus our attention on how good or how bad it is. Again, my conclusion is looking at all this stuff is energy is going to be robust for the next 25 years. We don't need to worry about the oil and gas production industry going away. It's not going to go away unless something really surprising happens. So, provided things do happen, by the way, like oak trees falling down, like the emergence of the type oil sands. If you look back and think about the oil price history, so we were rocking along at $100 a barrel for about 4 years, enjoying life. All of a sudden, the tight oil sands came along and prices dropped to another 25 in a short period of time. So that's the equivalent of falling oak tree landing on us. So there may be some falling oak trees in our probably oak trees in the future, but these forecasts give us some reasonable uncertainty. The forecasts, by the way, do not include changes in policy that may happen, and they do not include technology changes that may happen. Because after all, you can't forecast this because you don't know it's going to happen. So those are the things that happen to us, will policy changes and technology changes. Certainly since this very before we have some changes in our lives, the emergence of the new administration, whatever and politics, but it's very different from previous administration, so they may have a big change on what happens here. And these forecasts will certainly represent the best thinking we can get, but it's up to each of us to think about, do we believe the consumer in those forecasts, but also critical. What does it mean to me? What do I think is going to happen? But I think we're in for a pretty good, I think our careers are in good shape for the next 25 years. And I think the offshore oil and gas is great business. When I got started in my professional life, it was in downstream oil and gas. The company I worked for, only one thing on the check would be in the upstream side of the business, who I wanted to be there. So I thought several microseconds and thought, yeah, whatever. And indeed, I think it turned out, I didn't like it at first, but it turned out to be one of the best things that ever happened. I think upstream oil and gas is a whole lot more exciting and challenging and more fun to be. So I'm glad I got that transition. And I think it's a great business to be in. I'm planning to stay there. So I think that's it. So, time for questions and answers. And, since I don't have any answers, this will be a question. Any questions?
On the projection by section, the energy projection, on the European side, they were talking about the gas percentage participation of energy, very arguable. But then some of the other slides projected gas production to go down to 2040. And I was a little confused. That drives me to the conclusion that the total energy consumption of the world is going to come down. Is that the projection? Because I'm confused about those slides on the European side.
Yeah, the thing you got to watch is a lot of the charts I showed were for the new policy scenario. And the forecast had current policy, new policy, and for future scenarios. And the CIA in particular had a bunch of different scenarios. The Energy Information Administration had a bunch of different scenarios. So sometimes it goes up, sometimes it stays flat. But in general, the forecast is the energy production consumption will go up over time. And the percent of natural gas could go up too. Oil production is pretty well anchored by the need for oil for transportation and petrochemical feedstocks. As long as you need oil for transportation, for airplanes and trucks and cars, and for petrochemical feedstock, the world is going to need oil production. So really can't do away with that. You can make electric cars, for example, but still, airplanes need liquid production and petrochemical feedstock. So, is that a question?
I have a question.
Okay. Oh, you're just waiting.
Just wait. There's an article in the Chronicle a couple of days ago. I think it was related to automation and local jobs, and just this thing more related to accounting functions, invoicing, things like that. So on one side, I hear about automation changing jobs, eliminating jobs, but on the other side, we have a new data analytics study group in SPE. So can you talk a little bit about the impact of technology, both the positive in data analytics that opens up new career revenues and maybe negative, and then automation might eliminate some career options.
Yeah, talk about that. Okay, well, it's kind of hard to remember right now. We have a bunch of people remember some transition that they're looking for. It wasn't that long ago that the industry was very concerned about the big crew training. Remember that? Right now, that's ancient history, or 2 years ago history. So the big crew change got to be a concern because the oil industry didn't hire very many people for a decade. And I think a big reason for that was computer automation. we really did a lot more than we people. And then, of course, she started meeting more people, started meeting more people, which is good. And those who hired before, either waiting computers or waiting for the basic retirement. And the industry was very concerned about big cruise ships. So now we have a different concern, but now we have members who, so many of us looking for work and hoping for work. And the situation is how they change. 5 years from now, or 2 years from now, we need to be back to worrying about where we're going to find people to run the rigs and really work with the So, certainly automation computers was another appropriate field. It was a big change. Probably wasn't really forecasted much before that. The Type 12 revolution was another big change to military film. It's going to have a huge impact. So automation may, but it also creates jobs to the different companies. So I'm pretty good personally working about that. I think the industry is going to be robust for a long time, but it's probably going to suffer from ups and downs. The prices going up, the prices going down. So they aim us all to think about how we're going to deal with that. And I'm supposed to give a talk next month on lessons from the downturn. So I'm going to get the talk on what you do to help yourself through these downturns. So I think you have to anticipate what happened to you. My first downturn was, I won't tell you how long ago, but it was in the crisis. But I watched friends of mine who I thought were very competent scientists and engineers losing their jobs. And unfortunately, I didn't lose mine at that time, but I resolved at that time. I didn't want to be one of those who lost my job. So I resolved to be at the top of whatever performance list I was on, I could do it. So, and that worked for a long time. So I think you have to, when you're making decisions about your future, I think investing in all business is very good. Things that are with us for a long time, but you're going to be ups and downs. So part of your planning should be how you deal with the downs. You have to reason downs are very often. So I learned that in character.
Is there any use for older people in the future? I mean, in the near future? In the oil business, is there any use for older workers? In the near future, like you said, there's big cruise ships.
Like me,
like myself. Is there any use? There should be because of experience, but I don't know whether the industry thinks that.
Well, I think so. I think in another year, maybe two, maybe less. The industry couldn't find, can't get people to do the work it needs to do. Crude prices did it for $60, $70, $80 a barrel. There's going to be a lot of work to do. So I'm certainly anticipating that we steps to it. I have a consulting company, so I leave myself with head of do consulting. 2016 was a really bad year. 2017 is not a much better start. So I'm optimistic that this year and next will be good. And whether you can get employed with a Chevron or Shell or BP or over engineer, I don't know. But there should be consulting jobs. That's my thing.
Consulting jobs with larger companies or with medium or small, like you do, Copper Village, at least higher level. 4 employees is like this. You see that since they cry about little small.
Well, our former employee runs against IR regulations. So that's not illegal. But there are lots of companies around. So I worked for one later before coming for a long time. I actually worked with them right after I retired as a consultant. But that's kind of gone ways. I guess my jobs are all over the place. I work for lawyers and litigation support, which I like. That's a good thing. I work for smaller companies. I work for startup companies. I work for accounting firms. So I don't draw any distinction. as a consultant, you're a coin operator. You tell your customer, you put the coin in the slot, you get the coin in the slot. So I think, and by the way, Michelle was talking about using LinkedIn, and I think there's a lot of good lessons in there for consultants. You want to make yourself known and what your kind of jobs you want to have. And then you need to learn to network. Susan does a really good job of teaching class and networking and advertising. See how to talk to people. I'm optimistic that the job that we do. Let me serve them. Anything else?
Yes, it's getting into detail. I noticed one of the slides about the historic forecasting. Yeah, based on brick roof versus it was based on brick roof. This is West Texas and media.
I know there are two quick prices that people watch. One's a brick crew and the other two WTI. They track each other pretty well. So, I noticed the U.S. Energy Innovation Agency administration tracked brick crew prices, which seems to be inconsistent there. I don't think it matters very much. So they tend to track each other. There's about $2. Okay, fine. Cheers.
Roger, here's a certificate of appreciation from the SPE and IC group, and there will be a $35 donation to the scholarship fund made in your honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So Najib is going to the website and talk about some of the resources for members in transition.
That's for reasons. And now I can
Before you leave, you'll probably want to hear this part.
Yeah, just a second. Thank you very much for your patience. So as you know, on the 28th of March, we're having an upstream oil and gas career fair. And as I'm aware, the link is open for the registration. I will just pull it down for you. You can go and start registering. This is an event only for the people who has experience in oil and gas, and I highly encourage you to go and start registering. And we also would like to ask you, if you know any company has a hiring position and looking for the candidates, please come to us. We'd like to invite those companies to this event, and it's going to be on behalf of that. Besides that, this event is also going to attract, if I see, sorry, I pulled the speakers. We have 3 speakers going to give lectures on that day. You see, going to be the Joanna Lopez, Katie Mehart, and Edna Sangel, if I say right. And we also have on this event collaborators from various upstream oil and gas companies. I'm sorry, I don't have a slide over here. If I can pull it to the bottom. You see the collaborating agencies, Delta Screens, PhD, and we have over silver, gold, and bronze sponsors, and all the collaborators in the bottom you can see. That's all the agencies. Requirement for this event, you have to be participated to the SPE or be one of the members of this organization, which allows you to participate to this event. And second, we are going to have another SPE seminar coming, if I'm not mistaken, Susan, in April 28th, and we also like to ask you to go and register. That's 2 events I have. Thank you very much for coming.
Could you show them the page for members in transition?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
While he's looking for that, I'll remind you that our hiring event is just open to members of these collaborating organizations. So if you're an SP member, a member of the Houston Geological Society, I think APG is going to be joining as a collaborator, also the Geophysical Society of Houston, and Society of Women Engineers in Petro. So we think that's a real advantage to be able to tell employers that you're going to get a pre-screened list of people that qualify for these organizations.
I think we have a question. Yes.
Sorry, did you have a question?
I noticed yesterday there was no location yet.
Yes.
Oh yeah, It's posted.
Yeah, it's posted. It's going to be the 28th of March at the Trini Mental Community Center, and it's on a website posted. Yeah, it should be on the website.
I'll double check that.
Yeah,
There should be a map there. It's a software road.
Yeah, and we have a brochures, flyers on the back if you want to grab it. It's all the details.
Michelle, do you have a question?
Yeah, you can provide that book to the employers that.
Resume. Yeah,
Yes.
so everyone that's registered so far, if your resume is not from the job bank, you've probably received an email from me in the past 24 hours asking for your resume. So I'd be very hefty about, asking for people's resumes. You don't have to post it on our job bank if you just want to email it to our email address. You can private just for the employers. You don't have to put it in the job bank. But that way, we can provide, say, 300 resumes to the employers a week before the job fair, and they can read it. And so then when they come up to, you come up to their and say, Michelle, we've been waiting for you. That's what you want, right? So by providing your resumes in advance, we're giving those employers their best chance of finding the job candidates that they want to chat with, and then hopefully schedule interviews later. They won't be interviews at this job fair, but it's a chance for them to talk to maybe other people quickly. And so it's a very efficient way for them to screen candidates.
Yeah, we have 8 companies actually looking for the jobs so far, and we have around the 10 companies also going to be participating as a.
The list is posted on the
Yeah,
website of the 8 companies, and as each new one signs up, it's on the website, it's there.
Let me pull it one more time for you.
As we get new ones, so the list is of the companies, employers, the list of the collaborating organizations.
Yeah.
So go down to the bottom, all the way down. And Vacancies and Halliburton are the 2 big names, but you're going to recognize some of these other names. Miller Woods, Packers Plus, these are local companies, so, and hopefully we'll get more. And if you know the companies that are hiring, they are, so we can send them a request to join us.
Yeah. Also, if you would like to have an access to the seminars or presentation files, you can go to the SPE-GCS.org. Let me scroll up. And you can go to the committees and scroll down all the way to MIT.
Right, so
Good.
these seminars we post pretty frequently. I don't think it's been updated since past couple of months, but we do post these seminars with the recordings, the PowerPoints,
all the
and
details.
Other resources. Sometimes we get handouts, things like that.
Yeah, I think it should be a bit.
Hopefully all 14 seminars.
Yeah.
And get the rest of them.
Have to upload. I think that's all I have.
All right, and show them one more time how to opt in to receive communications. So you go up to the top, and where it says get involved, over to the right, it says SPE-GCS email sign up. Go over to the right, scroll to the right, there you go. Okay, and so this gives you a chance to click on any of 30 study groups or committees. Scroll down a little bit where it says update your preferences. Click here. Right there, okay? So you can sign up for anything.
Yeah, but
You're going to put your email address, we're not opting right now. But once you do, then it'll tell you which ones you're currently opting in for, and you can opt in for all 30 years.
Yeah, I can get all of this.
And you'll get free stuff, free software, free stuff, you can post jobs to it. Yeah, you want to be on this. Okay.
All right, thank you guys. One other thing, if you had trouble getting Michelle's cheat sheet, I have a printout after you go.
We'll get it.